Warrior Lore. Chapter 1621. Heition was determined. This was the first time he used the world of array formations that he had cultivated. It was a world formed by endless array patterns, like a treasure trove of array formations. The endless array patterns could interweave into killing arrays. Countless array patterns rushed out of Heition's world of array formations, and killing arrays appeared in the world, emitting terrifying waves. Kill. Heition used his trump card this time. He roared and controlled the killing arrays to attack the demonic air in the demonic fire. Boom! The 10-terminal formation erupted with endless terrifying power, obliterating the void. A large area of demonic fire was dissipating, and within the demonic fire, the demonic patterns were collapsing. However, the endless demonic fire produced by the demonic air burning his demonic power was too much. The power of the 10-terminal formation was only able to break a corner of it. However, Heition had more than one killing array. The entire world was shrouded by the killing arrays. After the 10-terminal formation collapsed, the Heaven Punishment Array attacked again. Rumble. The Heaven Punishment Array triggered the power of the heavens. Terrifying lightning descended from the sky and bombarded the demonic air in the demonic fire, bringing with it the destructive power of the 9 heavens. This was a kind of heavenly punishment. It was extremely terrifying, but it was still difficult to suppress the demonic air. Layers of demonic fire swept out from his body. Even the heavenly punishment was annihilated in the demonic fire. Roar. The demonic air roared angrily. Demonic patterns collapsed in his body, releasing extremely terrifying demonic power. The collapse of each demonic pattern weakened the demonic air's life force. The collapse of the demonic patterns was irreversible. The demonic air's Tao foundation had been destroyed. These were the demonic patterns that he had comprehended, the foundation of achieving the Tao. He was personally destroying his own hope of achieving the Tao. You want to drag me down with you even if you destroy your own Tao foundation? You can play by yourself. I won't accompany you. Heition suddenly sneered. He smashed out more than 10 killing arrays, then used the invisible divine sword to protect himself. He rushed into the sky, broke through the suppression of the demonic fire, and rushed out. When the fiend air saw Heition leave without a fight, he was so angry that he almost fainted. He destroyed his Tao foundation because he wanted to fight Heition to the death. He wanted to use his life to kill this opponent. However, Heition looked through the void with his yin-yang divine eyes and saw the changes that were happening in the demonic sun's body. The demonic sun's Tao foundation had been destroyed, and he had no fate with the great Tao in this lifetime. At this point in time, killing the fiend air no longer mattered. Although the myriad demon transformation art was terrifying, a crippled demon sun wouldn't be able to cause much trouble unless that peerless demon from the East Region demon lair came out. Heition was very decisive. After knowing the situation of the devil child, he immediately retreated. This caused the devil child to almost go crazy. This fellow was simply too despicable. The devil son wanted to go all out, but it was impossible for Heition to really go all out against him. Heition was extremely cunning, and he would definitely not do a losing business. Damn it, you want to escape? It's not that easy. The devil son was like a crazy demon as he set off a monstrous demonic fire, chasing after Heition. At this time, he was like a volcano that was about to erupt. Anyone who met him would be unlucky. Heition used the yin-yang steps, and his speed was extremely fast as he rushed towards the horizon. The terrifying demonic fire enveloped half the sky and burned towards Heition. This was a terrifying scene. Everywhere the demonic fire passed, all living beings would be burned to ashes. Even the mountains that were burned by the demonic fire silently turned to ashes. The area that the devil son passed through was truly a place where he could kill everything. Very soon, the two of them chased for thousands of miles. The demonic fire burned the sky, alarming many cultivators. Some people recognized the devil son, and before long, experts with holy weapons took action. At this time, Heition had already escaped to a mountain gate. This area was filled with spiritual energy, and there was a white jade gateway outside the mountain gate. The words Xuanji were engraved on the gateway. This was where the East region's major sect, Xuanji sect, was located. Xuanji sect was one of the few major sects in the East region other than the Dongfang family and the Zhao family of the primordial ancients. When the great era of the human world arrived, Xuanji sect was also extremely prosperous. However, this major sect was attached to the Zhao family of the primordial ancients and hitched a ride on the chariot of the Zhao family. The reason why He Tian escaped here was because he had a purpose. Who goes there? Someone shouted from within the mountain gate. However, He Tian could not be bothered with that person and directly rushed into the mountain gate. Someone tried to stop him, but He Tian merely flicked his sleeves, and that person was sent flying hundreds of miles away. Boom! At this time, the Devil Sun arrived. Endless demonic fire swept down from the sky, and the White Jade Gateway at the mountain gate of Xuanji sect collapsed. Enemy attack! The alarm in Xuanji sect rang, and a strong aura rushed out of a pavilion in Xuanji sect. An old man walked out of the pavilion. Oh no, it's the Devil Sun. Someone recognized the Devil Sun and exclaimed. The reputation of the Devil Sun was earned through fighting. With his strength alone, he had shaken the entire East region and caused everyone to feel insecure. Everyone in the Xuanji sect was horrified by the Demon Sun's attack. Monstrous demonic fire shrouded the entire area and plunged the area into absolute darkness. The demonic fire swept down from the sky and burned everything in its path. The entire Xuanji sect was shrouded in demonic fire. This was a calamity. The demonic fire formed from the power of the demonic path was too domineering and terrifying. Even a semi-sage would be destroyed in body and soul if they were to be burned by it. The sect master of Xuanji sect was a pinnacle mighty figure and could take that step at any time to become a semi-sage. However, at this moment, the Devil Sun arrived. The Xuanji sect master who had just walked out of the pavilion was unable to resist the demonic fire at all. He struggled in the demonic fire for a while before turning into ashes. Rumble! The entire area was shaking. Countless rays of divine light rushed out from various parts of Xuanji sect and interweaved into countless formation patterns in the sky. This was the Xuanji sect's mountain guarding formation. Someone had activated the mountain guarding formation of Xuanji sect. A terrifying pressure surged out from the mountain guarding formation, and a wisp of saintly might appeared between heaven and earth. The mountain guarding formation of Xuanji sect was not a saint-level formation. However, when it was activated, it could display a wisp of saintly might because it was a quasi-sage formation. This sect in the East region had once produced a quasi-sage, and this mountain guarding formation was set up by that quasi-sage. It was also because of the existence of this formation that the sects in the East region did not dare to underestimate Xuanji sect. The quasi-sage level formation was activated. This formation was much more powerful than the killing formation that He Tian had set up. One had to know that this was a flawless quasi-sage level formation. The power of the quasi-sage level formation surged and dispersed the demonic fire that swept down from the sky. Even the Devil Sun was shocked that the power of a quasi-sage could hurt him. This despicable and cunning fellow. At this moment, the Devil Sun gritted his teeth. He realized that he could no longer sense He Tian's aura. He Tian seemed to have disappeared, and those experts with holy weapons were already nearby. Chapter 1622. He Tian had tricked the Devil Sun and the Xuanji sect of the Eastern region. The current sect leader of the Xuanji sect had been burned to death by the sky-burning demon fire, and the sage-to-be mountain guarding formation had gradually dimmed under the erosion of the demon fire. This was not a good thing. If the mountain guarding formation could not withstand the demon fire and the demon fire swept down from the sky, the entire Xuanji sect would be wiped off the face of the human world. Even though the sage-to-be mountain guarding formation had temporarily blocked the sky-burning demon fire, the terrifying demonic aura still managed to seep into the formation. Roar! A loud roar came from within the Xuanji sect. The eyes of a Xuanji sect disciple suddenly turned blood red, and a crazed look could be seen in his eyes. Traces of demonic aura seeped out from his body. The immortal chi in this Xuanji sect disciple was turning into demonic aura. He was about to turn into a demon. What's going on? Why would he turn into a demon at this moment? The Xuanji sect was in chaos. None of the Xuanji sect disciples had expected that one of them would turn into a demon, even though the demon had been stopped outside the sect. "Quick, kill him. It will be terrible if he turns into a demon," someone shouted. However, they were all from the same sect after all, and no one was willing to take action. They were all at a loss and did not know what to do. Swoosh! Just then, a beam of divine light shot out from one of the halls of the Xuanji sect and killed the Xuanji sect disciple who was about to descend into a state of madness. A white-robed middle-aged man walked out from the hall on the mountain peak. "Everyone, focus your energy and focus your mind to resist the demon," the middle-aged man shouted loudly, and some of the people who were already irritated and had their minds wavering immediately sobered up as if they had been hit in the head with a stick. All the disciples of the Xuanji sect sat down cross-legged and began to use the Xuanji sect's mantra to focus their minds to resist the demon. However, the demonic aura was pervasive. Even though they had taken precautions, some of the Xuanji sect disciples who did not have sufficient cultivation were still on the verge of turning into a demon. Many of the Xuanji sect disciples were eventually affected by the demonic aura and went completely crazy. All their immortal chi was converted into demonic aura, and their combat strength increased by 10 times. Roar! More than 10 disciples of the Xuanji sect who had fallen into the demonic path attacked their fellow disciples like mad demons. Their demonic chi soared into the sky, and many disciples of the Xuanji sect lost their lives immediately. For a time, blood and flesh splattered all over the Xuanji sect. Screams of agony, cries of alarm, and shouts of anger filled the air. "Kill!" The middle-aged expert immediately attacked. This was because in the past 100 years, other than the Taishan sect of the eastern region being destroyed, this was the second time that a large sect of the eastern region had been destroyed. The forces that could become a large sect of the eastern region were all forces that had existed for thousands, or even tens of thousands of years. Such a heritage naturally had a deep foundation. This Xuanji sect had once produced a sage-to-be. However, even if the Xuanji sect had produced a sage-to-be, they could not avoid the fate of being destroyed. The destruction of the Xuanji sect was equivalent to cutting off an arm of the Zhao family of the ancients. What a ruthless devil! A loud shout was heard, and an immortal holy light pierced through the demonic fire from afar. This was the power of a sage-to-be. Someone was attacking the devil's son with a holy weapon. Demonic blood transformation. The devil's son spat out a mouthful of blood and then turned into a beam of bloody light. He displayed the extreme speed of the demonic way and shot up into the sky, evading the immortal holy light that pierced through him. Buzz! The void shook and a divine mirror appeared in the distant sky. It emitted millions of rays of divine light and shone down on the devil's son. A terrifying holy aura emanated from the divine mirror and shocked the heavens. The layers of demonic fire were like snow under the scorching sun under the illumination of the mirror. They quickly dissipated in the void and turned into nothingness. This was a holy weapon that displayed a wisp of holy aura. Although it was only a wisp of holy aura, it was enough to make the entire world feel like it was about to collapse. The devil's son had destroyed the Xuanji sect and angered a superforce of the eastern region. Someone was using a divine mirror of the ancients to kill the devil's son and destroy his body and soul. Whoosh! The divine mirror shone and the endless demonic fire collapsed. Even though the devil's son had displayed the extreme speed of the demonic way, his lower body was still illuminated by the light. The devil's son felt his body become light and the lower half of his body disappeared from his waist. The destructive power spread up from his waist. His flesh and blood were turned into dust and dissipated in the void. In the end, only his head was left and shot up into the sky. Chapter 1623. After destroying the Xuanji sect, the devil child did not escape. Instead, he displayed his demonic movement technique and headed for the next sect. However, someone appeared with a holy weapon and attacked him. Buzz! The divine mirror vibrated and once again emitted a dazzling divine light that shone towards the devil child's head. As long as the devil child was hit by this light, his body and soul would definitely be destroyed. Boom! Endless demonic power surged out from the devil child's head. Countless demonic patterns interweaved to form a demonic diagram. The The void collapsed, and this demonic diagram broke through the barrier of heaven and earth. Roar! At this moment, an earth-shattering roar resounded from the void that the demonic diagram had torn open. Then, a demonic light rushed out from the unknown void and directly met the light that the divine mirror had shot over. Boom! The void was shattered, and the demonic light wrapped around a demonic weapon. The demonic weapon collided with the power of the divine mirror, shattering the light emitted by the divine mirror. What? Someone in the dark exclaimed. This demonic weapon could actually compete with a holy weapon. This demonic weapon was definitely a peerless demonic weapon refined by the devil saint. A peerless demonic weapon had finally appeared in the eastern region. The people in the dark were very shocked. Could it be that the peerless demon in the depths of the devil's den was really going to break free? Everyone's expression changed. In the great world of the human world, nothing was impossible. Even the peerless demon did not want to miss this opportunity. The demons that were lurking in the human world were already ready to make a move. You still want me to make a move after all? A voice came from the void that the demonic diagram had broken. Then, a demonic figure walked out of the void and reached out to catch the peerless demonic weapon that flew back. This was a pitch-black spear that emitted a terrifying demonic aura that made all living beings tremble. This was a peerless demonic weapon refined by the devil saint. The spearhead of this spear was suffused with a bloody light, as if the immortal blood of a saint was flowing on it. This was a demonic spear that had once killed a saint. The person holding this demonic spear was a young man full of demonic aura. This young man seemed to have just come out of the devil world and was very interested in everything in the outside world. He looked around and took a deep breath. This world is changing. I can feel the aura of an ancient, desolate land. The young man was muttering to himself. From beginning to end, he did not even look at the devil child. At this moment, a suction force came from the void where the demon diagram had broken through, sucking in the head of the demon child. Losers, even if they obtain great power, are still losers. The young man whose body was shrouded in demonic chi said. After that, he shook his head. He didn't care about the devil child's failure at all. He didn't seem to have a good impression of the devil child at all. A demon with a peerless demonic weapon? A figure appeared next to the divine mirror in the sky. It was a young woman dressed in white. Her face was covered by a veil, so no one could see her face. The goddess of the primordial Zhao clan? Far in the sky, the cultivators who saw this woman were shocked. They never imagined that the person who was chasing after the devil child with a divine weapon was the goddess of the Zhao clan. In the eastern domain, other than Donghuang of the Dongfang clan, the Zhao clan of the primordial clan also had a goddess. Some people said that the Zhao clan's goddess had a great background. She was the youngest daughter of the primordial human emperor, the first clan leader of the Zhao clan. Others said that the primordial goddess was a genius that the Zhao clan of the primordial cultivated for nearly 100 years. After cultivating for 100 years, she had already become a peak expert. Moreover, the bottleneck of the primordial goddess cultivation had reached a stage where she was about to break through. She could take that step at any time and become a half-saint. With this level of cultivation, the primordial goddess strength was no weaker than Donghuang's. However, the Zhao clan of the primordial clan and the Dongfang clan were currently in an alliance. Donghuang and the primordial goddess had never truly fought against each other. However, many people believe that Donghuang was slightly stronger than the primordial goddess. This was because Donghuang wore a divine robe and was innately undefeatable. Moreover, he also had a divine spear. Donghuang had a divine spear for offense and a divine robe for defense. He was well-versed in both offense and defense. Even the primordial goddess would find it difficult to suppress such an existence. The Zhao clan's goddess? In the distant sky, He Tian had not truly left. The appearance of the Zhao clan's goddess made his eyes light up. However, even he found it difficult to see the Zhao clan's goddess' true appearance. Outrageous. She's the same as Donghuang. Both of them are hiding their heads and showing their tails. He Tian couldn't help but curse. However, it was precisely because of this that he became curious about the Zhao clan's goddess. There were only two reasons for a woman to cover her face. One was that she was too ugly and didn't dare to show her face. The other was that she was too beautiful and didn't want others to see her peerless beauty. Was it because she was too ugly or too beautiful? It's actually a woman. Is there no one else in the Zhao clan? The demonic youth stared at the woman in white who was holding the divine mirror and said coldly, "How dare you?" The Zhao clan's goddess tone was equally cold. Moreover, she didn't even bother to speak to the demonic youth. She directly attacked him. Swish! The divine mirror's runes intertwined. An immortal holy light rushed out from the divine mirror, shattering the void and shining towards the demonic youth. Buzz! The demonic youth's face revealed a cold smile. He shook the demonic spear in his hand and rushed towards the Zhao clan's goddess. On the pitch-black demonic spear, demonic runes were awakening. A terrifying demonic aura appeared between heaven and earth, causing everyone's hearts to palpitate. No one knew the demonic youth's origin. However, since this great demon dared to ignore the devil child, his status must be even higher than the devil child's. The demonic youth was incomparably powerful. With the demonic spear in his hand, he directly shattered the divine mirror's light and rushed forward. Boom! The divine mirror radiated an even brighter divine light that shot forward. The terrifying power caused the devilish youth to be startled. The Zhao clan's goddess was actually able to use her own strength to cause the divine mirror to display saintly might. Roar! The demonic youth's long hair danced in the wind. A monstrous wave of demonic energy erupted from his body. The demonic spear in his hand seemed to have awakened as it emitted a wave of demonic energy that wasn't any weaker than the divine mirrors. The two saintly divine weapons collided. The demonic youth and the Zhao clan's goddess were both sent flying. The two divine weapons didn't truly collide, but the power emitted by the two divine weapons still caused the two of them to suffer a great impact. The demonic youth's hands that were holding the peerless divine weapon were bleeding. A trace of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. As for the Zhao clan's goddess, she didn't have it easy either. The gauze that covered her face had traces of blood. The two experts' attacks had injured each other. Chapter 1624. The goddess of the Zhao clan of the desolate antiquity held a divine mirror and fought against the demonic youth. Although the two saint weapons didn't really collide, both of them were shocked. "Who are you?" The goddess' cold voice resounded. In the entire eastern domain, there were only 3 superpowers: the Zhao clan of the desolate antiquity, the Dongfang clan, and the eastern devil Denver. Who didn't know about the devil son of the east region? However, this demonic young man had never appeared before. Even so, the battle prowess displayed by this demonic young man was enough to make everyone feel fearful, especially the demonic youth who had a peerless demonic weapon. One should know that even the devil son of the east didn't have a peerless demonic weapon. It could only be said that this demon's status in the demons was even higher than the devil's son. "You don't have the right to know my name." The demonic youth was very strong, but the goddess of the Zhao clan had a saint weapon. He also had some scruples and didn't want to fight her head-on. One should know that the collision of saint weapons could destroy the entire domain. Some experts who had saint weapons usually fought in the starry sky. Battles in the infinite universe wouldn't affect the Tonglong continent. Swish! The demonic youth held the demonic spear and soared into the sky, flying towards the starry sky. "Those who want to kill me, come at me." The demonic youth's voice spread throughout the entire domain. At this moment, the cultivators of the entire domain were in an uproar. A great demon actually wanted to challenge the experts of the entire eastern domain. This guy is even more terrifying than the devil's son. In the distant sky, He Tian quietly watched this scene. He had a bad premonition that a great change was about to happen in the eastern domain. The demons of the eastern devil den were about to make a move. "I'll kill you." The goddess of the Zhao clan was the first to chase. She wanted to fight this demon in the starry sky. She had a saint weapon. She could only use it in the starry sky. Many people also soared into the sky and flew towards the starry sky. These people didn't plan to make a move. They were just going to watch the battle. A battle of this level wasn't something they could see every day. No one wanted to miss this battle. Even He Tian flew into the starry sky. Boom! The starry sky trembled as the great battle began. Endless divine light blossomed from the divine boundary in the hands of the Zhao clan's goddess. It was like a resplendent star, releasing blazing divine light. Hundreds of millions of divine rays shot out from the divine mirror and shone toward the demonic young man. The entire starry sky trembled as a true sacred might was awakening. Buzz! The demonic spear in the demonic youth's hand let out a trembling sound. If one was hit by such Tao patterns, it would be an injury of the great Tao. Unless one was a saint, it would be impossible for them to recover. All the spectators hid far away, not daring to approach at all. At this time, Tian, who was mixed in the crowd, suddenly felt a familiar aura. A figure silently appeared in the starry sky. This was an expert shrouded in a battle robe. The material of the battle robe was also rare in the world. It was a battle robe refined from the ninth heaven meteorite iron. In the entire eastern domain, or even the entire human world, there was probably only one such battle robe. And there was only one person wearing the ninth heaven meteorite iron battle robe, and that was Dong Huang. Dong Huang had arrived. Someone noticed Dong Huang and exclaimed. After that, all the cultivators stayed far away from Dong Huang. One had to know that he was also a ruthless character. Not long ago, many people had witnessed Dong Huang's attack. He was a peerless existence. Dong Huang seemed to have no intention of making a move. He just stood under the starry sky, watching the battle in front of him. At this time, there were not many people who could see the battle between the two great experts. The power of the sacred weapon spread out, blocking everyone's divine will. Very few people could perceive everything in that chaotic place. No one knew who won and who lost. However, the appearance of Dong Huang was definitely a variable. Not long after, another person appeared under the starry sky. It was a tall middle-aged man. This middle-aged man held a divine bow in his hand. It's him. It's the expert who shot the devil's son with an arrow. Someone recognized this middle-aged man. This middle-aged man was the one who shot the devil child that day. The divine bow in his hand was a saint bow. This saint bow was engraved with ancient Tao runes. There was a boundless ancient aura emanating from the bow. Yet another saint weapon-wielding expert had arrived. Chapter 1625. In the starry sky, ferocious people kept appearing, causing the atmosphere to be extremely tense. No one knew if these ferocious people would attack. If they used their holy weapons, it would definitely be a terrifying battle. It had been many years since so many holy weapons appeared at the same time in the eastern region. At this time, there were already 4 holy weapons in the starry sky. The goddess of the Zhao clan and the demonic youth both had holy weapons. The power of the holy weapons was gradually awakening, and they began to display a terrifying pressure that could shock the heavens. The holy weapons were branded with the mark of the great Tao. If the holy weapons were completely awakened, the mark left in the holy weapons by the saints would awaken. This was equivalent to the descent of a saint. Rumble. The entire starry sky trembled. The goddess of the Zhao clan and the demonic youth gradually fought with all their might. In the starry sky, they could attack without any scruples. Roar. The demonic youth roared. The peerless demonic weapon in his hand bloomed with endless demonic aura, as if a peerless demon was awakening. The entire demonic spear seemed to have a life of its own. Swish. The demonic spear emitted a boundless demonic light, directly shattering the light of the divine mirror. Then, it pierced towards the goddess of the Zhao clan. Within the demonic light, demonic patterns could be faintly seen. This attack shook the starry sky, causing several nearby stars to explode. A destructive storm, with the demonic youth as the center, swept out in all directions. Seeing the demonic young man's unparalleled battle prowess, the experts who could see through the void couldn't help but feel shaken. This demon's demonic might was unparalleled, but why had he never appeared in the eastern region before? Could it be that this demon was actually a great demon from ancient times? It wasn't a secret that there was an ancient great demon sealed in the eastern region's Devil's Den. When the Devil's Den appeared, many experts of the eastern region had entered it. However, with the loss of the seal's power, the demonic power that permeated the depths of the Devil's Den became stronger and stronger. Only then did the experts of the eastern region stop. In particular, when the devil child led an army of demons out of the depths of the devil's den, it was even more shocking. That demonic chaos swept through the entire Eastern Domain, causing the Taishan sect in the Eastern Domain to almost be destroyed, and almost all of its experts were buried in that demonic chaos. Otherwise, the Dongfang family and the primordial Zhao family would not have taken advantage of the time when the Supreme Profound sect was at its weakest to join forces to break through the Dragon Valley and destroy this great sect of the Eastern Domain that had existed for thousands of years. No one knew the origin of this devilish youth who was even more terrifying than the Devil's Son. There was only one possibility. This devilish youth was most likely an ancient devil. In the depths of He Tian's memories, a devilish face appeared. That face was somewhat similar to this devilish youth. That great demon was a peerless powerhouse of the devil Dao in ancient times. The Devil's Son cultivated the infinite demon transformation technique. Although this demon didn't have the heaven-defying aura of the infinite demon transformation technique, the devil spear in his hand gave He Tian a familiar feeling. What's going on? He Tian really wanted to awaken all of his deep memories, but he was constantly going through reincarnations. He didn't know just how many times he had experienced life and death. In the countless cycles of life and death, Mahakala would seal the most important memories of each life in the depths of his soul. Only when his cultivation was strong enough could he awaken those memories in the depths of his soul and recall the most unforgettable things he had experienced in each cycle. His cultivation method was very special. He was walking a path of cultivation that no one had ever walked before. It was extremely difficult, and not all of the memories of each life could be preserved. Although He Tian was already an almighty emperor, the memories of countless reincarnations in the depths of his soul were still difficult to completely awaken. How dare he? He Tian couldn't help but feel very angry. This demon probably had some karma with him, but he couldn't remember it. This feeling made him very unhappy. The demon was the earth of the world. He Tian knew that in his countless reincarnations, he would definitely meet this demon in one of them. This demon must be the earth of his previous life. At this thought, He Tian's eyes couldn't help but sharpen. Enemies should be eliminated by any means necessary. This was He Tian's style of doing things. Since he had determined that the other party was his enemy, there was nothing more to say. At this moment, no one knew that He Tian was also a fierce person. He stood with a dozen cultivators, but no one could tell that he was an almighty emperor. A nearly transparent sword light began to appear in his right hand. Boom! At this moment, the Zhao clan's goddess had no choice but to fully activate the divine mirror in the face of the demonic youth's unparalleled attack. With a tremble, countless Dao runes appeared on the divine mirror, interweaving into ancient patterns. Countless Dao runes directly turned into divine light that rushed out from the divine mirror and attacked the demonic youth. The divine mirror had also awakened, and a terrifying aura spread out from it. The two great experts attacked with all their might, hoping to overwhelm the other with a single strike. Swish! At this critical moment, a nearly transparent sword light directly broke through the void and slashed into the battlefield, descending on the demonic youth's head. What? The demonic youth was shocked. Although he was already prepared, he was still startled by this sudden attack. The invisible sword light was as easy as breaking dry weeds. Even the power of a saint-level attack was broken with a single slash. Someone was attacking with a holy weapon. At this moment, the demonic youth was fighting with all his might against the Zhao clan's goddess. He could only dodge, but the sword light was extremely fast. It directly slashed by the side of his face, cutting off a strand of hair. Where the sword light passed, the demonic youth's right arm was also shaved off a piece of flesh. A wave of killing intent directly drilled into his body, destroying his vitality. Roar! The demonic youth roared. He held the demonic spear in his left hand and directly chopped off his entire right arm from the shoulder. That severed arm's vitality was completely severed in an instant, and it turned into flying ash. What a terrifying killing intent. Even the demonic youth was secretly shocked. Bam! At this moment, a divine light pierced through, and the demonic youth was sent flying tens of thousands of zhang away. He spat out a large mouthful of blood. If he had not used the demonic spear to block for a moment, This divine light would have pierced through his demonic body. Who is it? The Zhao clan's goddess was very unhappy. She wanted to use her own strength to defeat this demon, but someone had interfered. This made her very angry. Outrageous. Only one of this guy's arms was cut off. He Tian directly walked out, caught the flying invisible sword light, and then rushed towards the demonic youth. It's him? When Dong Huang saw He Tian, he was shocked. It's you. Didn't your body and soul already perish? When the demonic youth saw He Tian, he was extremely shocked. As if he had seen the most unbelievable thing in the world, his body began to tremble. Chapter 1626. In the starry sky, He Tian took advantage of the moment when the demonic youth and the goddess of the Zhao family were clashing. He wanted to slay the demonic youth with his sword. However, that devilish young man was truly amazing. If it had been an ordinary almighty emperor who was suddenly attacked like this, he would have been killed on the spot by Mahakala. Even the devil's son, who had shaken the eastern region, would have been fatally injured by such an attack. How could he be like the demonic youth, who had only lost an arm? The murderous aura contained within the sacred weapon was no small matter. As long as this murderous aura entered the body, it would sever one's vitality and corrode one's primordial spirit, resulting in instant death. However, the demonic young man was able to make a prompt decision to cut off his right arm to stop the invisible sword's murderous aura from spreading. How could it be you? When the demonic youth saw He Tian, he was shocked to an indescribable degree. He found it hard to believe, as if he had seen the most unbelievable thing in the world. You look familiar too. He Tian's voice was very calm. In the depths of his memory, there was a blurry image of this demonic youth. When he saw the demonic youth's reaction, he was already certain that this demonic youth was the great demon he had encountered in one of his lifetimes. He had constantly reincarnated. Even if he was slain, his life imprint would not leave him. He would only escape into the world and wait for his next reincarnation. In the reincarnation cycle, He Tian could not possibly remember everything that had happened in every lifetime. He could only choose the most important memories and seal them in the depths of his soul. Only when his cultivation continued to increase would his sealed memories be gradually awakened. Are you really that person? The demonic youth seemed to be truly frightened. He held the demonic spear in his left hand and stared at He Tian nervously. At that moment, demonic patterns interweaved at the spot where his severed arm had been. Flesh and blood were rapidly regenerating. Demonic light flickered. In just an instant, the demonic youth's right arm had been completely restored. It was as good as new. Kill. He Tian did not say much. He immediately activated the invisible sword and slashed at the demonic youth. A nearly transparent sword light rushed out of his hand. Swoosh. Wherever the invisible sword light passed by, it left behind a pitch-black crack in space. Although the saint weapon had yet to awaken, the sword chi it gave off was extremely sharp. Buzz. The demonic spear in the demonic young man's hand began to vibrate. It transformed into the shadow of a dragon and flew towards the invisible sword light. It was as if a demonic dragon had appeared between the heavens and the earth. The formless sword light collided with the demonic dragon in an instant. The space around them was destroyed. Why was there a need to risk his life against the Zhao clan's goddess lady and He Tian? Nothing is impossible. Back then, I personally refined your essence chi and primordial spirit. How could you still be alive? Demonic Sky looked at He Tian and was still in disbelief. Boom. Bam. As the two experts conversed, they fought at the same time. The yin-yang diagram intertwined with yin-yang sword light, piercing through the void and constantly cleaving at Demonic Sky. Meanwhile, Demonic Sky was also using the Devil Dao technique to shatter the sword light that rushed out from the yin-yang diagram. The devil's spear in his hand constantly stabbed at He Tian, while a wisp of devil, Dao saint might lingered. There are plenty of people that can kill me, but it definitely won't be you. He Tian was very confident. His cultivation technique was very special, and it could be said that no one had walked this path since the ancient times. Even if he was killed, he wouldn't truly die. Clang. Above the yin-yang divine diagram, There was a heart-palpitating sound of metal clashing. Numerous yin-yang divine swords condensed above the diagram. They were like real peerless divine weapons, emitting powerful waves of sword chi. Is that so? If I can kill you once, I can kill you a second time. Demonic Sky sneered. His hands were gripping the devil spear tightly, and every thrust would pierce through the void. This Devil Dao's peerless devil weapon had yet to fully awaken, but the saint-class devil power that it emitted was enough to make the world lose its color. Kill! He Tian roared with rage. The thousands of yin-yang Dao swords that were floating around his body immediately shot out. In an instant, the thousands of swords flew out and turned into a supreme sword light that pierced at demonic sky with shocking killing aura. Chapter 1627. Boom! There was a loud explosion that echoed in the starry sky and echoed throughout the eastern region. He Tian and Mo Tian were going all out. Saint Might had appeared in the starry sky and was descending mightily. Billions of lives in the eastern region were trembling. All the cultivators in the eastern region felt a shiver that came from the depths of their soul spirit. All the cultivators raised their heads to look at the starry sky. A saint had descended? The appearance of the saint Might had alerted all the cultivators in the eastern region. Even ordinary mortals could feel a hair-raising crisis approaching. Devil light and saint light flickered in the starry sky. He Tian and Mo Tian's eyes were red from the killing. These two experts were enemies, and their eyes were exceptionally bloodshot. During the ancient era, one of He Tian's previous incarnations had encountered Mo Tian and engaged in a great battle. That battle had raised a region of the desolate lands to the ground, and countless lives were affected. Now that the battle was in the starry sky, the two experts could make their moves without any restraints. PFFF, a nearly transparent sword light, pierced through Mo Tian's chest. Large amounts of devil blood, broken bones, and flesh were brought out by that sword light. On Mo Tian's chest, there was a huge hole that went through the front and back. Roar! Mo Tian roared towards the sky. At the same time, the devil spear in his hand pierced through He Tian's shoulder, lifting He Tian's entire body up and nailing him onto the devil spear. Bam! The devil spear vibrated, and He Tian's entire left shoulder exploded while he flew backwards. He executed the yin-yang steps, and with every step, there would be yin-yang Dao patterns surging beneath his feet. He instantly retreated 30 kilometers away and evaded another attack from Mo Tian. A horrific devil aura invaded He Tian's body and severed his vitality. He had no choice but to guide the invisible divine sword aura into his body to extinguish the devil aura. Meanwhile, Mo Tian's injuries weren't any lesser than He Tian. His devil body was pierced by the invisible divine sword, and the killing aura that was condensed by the invisible divine sword had invaded his body. This killing aura was even more horrific than the devil aura that invaded He Tian's body. The killing aura spread from his injuries to his entire body. Everywhere the killing aura passed through, all vitality would be severed. Buzz! The devil spear in Mo Tian's hand was vibrating while traces of devil aura rushed out from the devil spear and entered Mo Tian's body. He was also guiding the power of the devil weapon to expel the killing aura in his body. Both He Tian and Mo Tian were injured by the saint weapon, and it was impossible for them to recover in a short period of time. However, after the two of them absorbed the power of their saint weapons and stabilized their injuries, they charged at each other once again. He Tian and Mo Tian began an intense battle. God blood and demon blood continuously rained down from the starry sky. Everyone who was watching the battle from afar was shocked to see this scene. This battle was too tragic. He Tian's body was pierced by the demonic spears one after another. If he didn't have a divine artifact like the invisible divine sword, his body and soul would have been destroyed long ago. Mo Tian and said, Mo, and Mo, and Tian, Mo body, and of the everyone's hearts palpitated when they saw this scene. In the end, the He Tian and Mo Tian's bodies were already in tatters, and there wasn't a single part of them that was intact. If they didn't die in such a state, they were truly heaven-defying. In the end, we'll just end up dying together. Once I recover my cultivation base, I'll look for you and have a great battle. Emotion finally couldn't hold on any longer and felt that things weren't looking good. He had fought with this lunatic to the point where both sides were injured. If those people with saint weapons were to make a move, he would probably be out of luck. Swoosh. After Emotion forced Heition to retreat, a devil light suddenly rushed out from his glabella. Within the devil light, a devil diagram was branded in the void. Not good, he's escaping. Heition wanted to stop him, but he was already heavily injured. It was difficult for him to stop this demon. Right at this moment, the man who had been observing the battle had already drawn the Saint Bow in his hand. Endless starlight was drawn and converged towards the Saint Bow in a frenzy. A divine arrow appeared on the Saint Bow. This was a divine arrow that was condensed from heaven and earth essence. There were divine patterns of the great Tao that were faintly visible on the divine arrow. It might not be a real arrow, but it was definitely more terrifying than a real arrow. Swoosh. The middle-aged man shot the arrow at Emotion, who was rushing towards the devil diagram. There was a layer of wave-like ripple on the devil diagram. Emotion immediately rushed into the devil diagram and passed through the layer of ripple before vanishing inside. At this moment, the divine arrow had also shot over and penetrated into the array diagram. Roar. A furious roar echoed from the devil diagram. Subsequently, the devil diagram instantly vanished, and the spatial fluctuation vanished as though it had never appeared. A pity. Heition couldn't help but shake his head when he saw the situation. However, he was very doubtful as to why Emotion's cultivation had fallen to the almighty sovereign realm. Could he be the same as that heartless old turtle? He had been suppressed for countless years, and his cultivation was almost obliterated. At this moment, Heition felt danger. He immediately crushed the jade amulet that Gu Fei had given him. A surge of heaven and earth power rushed out from the jade amulet and instantly enveloped him. Subsequently, his figure vanished into the void. Inner world. Sensing that special heaven and earth fluctuation, even Donghuang and the goddess of the Zhao clan couldn't help but be moved. This person was truly too mysterious. He actually cultivated an inner world. One had to know that not everyone could cultivate an inner world. It was equivalent to splitting the heaven and earth apart. Moreover, cultivating an inner world depended on one's fated chance. Some people had cultivated for their entire life and were unable to cultivate an inner world even after becoming a patriarch. Some immortal sovereigns and Shan King were able to cultivate an inner world due to fated chance. Was this a guy with a great fated chance? Just now, Donghuang's killing intent was sensed by Heition. Hence, he decisively entered Gu Fei's inner world. His action caused Donghuang and the others to misunderstand, thinking that he was hiding in his own inner world. The battle ended just like that. Everyone thought that Donghuang and the others would also take action. However, Donghuang and the others who wielded saint weapons didn't do anything in the end. Devils were the greatest enemy of the world. Even if Donghuang and the others joined forces, no one would say anything. However, since they were able to wield saint weapons, they had their own pride. They disdained to join forces with others. Motherf asterisk Kerr, those bastards. After entering Gu Fei's inner world, Heition couldn't help but curse. Those bastards would only watch from the side. If they attacked together, Emotion would have already been turned into ashes. At this time, Heition's injuries could only be stabilized by the invisible divine sword. As long as he withdrew his saint weapon, his body and soul would immediately perish. The power of the devil spear wasn't something someone at his realm could endure. Just when Heition wanted to enter the depths of this world and borrow the power of the divine spring of life to expel the devil chi in his body, a peerlessly powerful life fluctuation suddenly burst out from the depths of this world. When Heition sensed this shocking life aura, he couldn't help but be surprised and delighted. Those who want to communicate with Liang San can join the group 274673223 T. Chapter 1628. The battle between Heition and Emotion resulted in both sides suffering. Emotion used the devil diagram to break open the void and escaped into a pitch-black devil region. He Tian had also crushed the jade amulet that Gu Fei had given him and returned to Gu Fei's inner world. Rumble, just as He Tian returned to Gu Fei's inner world. Rumbling sound came from the depths of this divine land. The entire world was shaking. Spiritual chi of heaven and earth crazily gathered towards the depths of this world. Beams of divine light flashed across the sky. It was spiritual chi that could be seen with the naked eye. Archaic has succeeded. He Tian was pleasantly surprised. If Gu Fei succeeded in advancing, it would definitely be a major event. A sixth celestial layer martial artist would probably be able to contend with a half-sage. A successful cultivator was definitely a nightmare for his opponents. Every time a cultivator advanced, their cultivation and battle prowess would increase to an unbelievable level. It was as if all the spirit chi in the world had been sucked out in an instant. He Tian felt a great pressure, as if a mountain was pressing down on his chest, making it difficult for him to breathe. At this moment, on top of a mountain in the depths of this world, an endless amount of worldly essence condensed into a ball of light, wrapping a figure within it. The sound of wind and thunder came from the ball of light, causing the surrounding space to tremble. Inside the ball of light was a young cultivator. The young cultivator was undergoing a metamorphosis. His muscles and bones were vibrating, his blood and chi were soaring, and his vigorous life force spread in all directions. He was like an ancient dragon in human form. This young man was none other than Gu Fei. At this time, a ball of divine light also appeared between Gu Fei's eyebrows. Within the divine light sat a small person. This small person looked exactly like Gu Fei. This was Gu Fei's primordial spirit. Above the small primordial spirit, there was a mighty fluctuation of immortal spirit power. This was the immortal Tao primordial spirit. The reason why Gu Fei was able to use all kinds of great immortal Tao techniques was because of his immortal Tao primordial spirit. On the immortal Tao primordial spirit, divine runes of the great Tao were faintly discernible. The Tao runes that Gu Fei cultivated were also imprinted on the primordial spirit. This was a type of metamorphosis. With Tao runes imprinted on the primordial spirit, it could achieve immortality. This was the supreme great technique of the immortal Tao. It could make the primordial spirit immortal. Even if the physical body was destroyed, it could still be reconstructed. To the supreme immortals, the physical body was just a place for the primordial spirit to reside in and could be abandoned. However, this wasn't the path that Gu Fei wanted to take. He didn't cultivate his primordial spirit, but his martial body. His great path divine marks were imprinted in his martial body. Since then, Gu Fei was the first martial artist to cultivate a primordial spirit. Naturally, the Tao runes he cultivated were also imprinted on his primordial spirit. As such, he had already embarked on a different path of cultivation. With the martial body as the main and the immortal Tao primordial spirit as the supplementary, his battle prowess was greatly enhanced. Endless spiritual energy gathered towards him from all directions and entered his body. All of the Tao runes emitted a dazzling radiance. At this moment, all of the Tao runes on Gu Fei's body were awakened. They all lit up and interweaved into natural marks. Tao runes circulated around them. The spiritual energy within 1,000 miles was all devoured by Gu Fei's martial body. This was a vast and boundless spiritual energy. One had to know that there was more than one divine spring of life in this divine land. This divine land was nourished by the divine spring of life. The spiritual energy here was incomparably dense. After devouring the endless spiritual energy, Gu Fei only felt that his entire body was swelling. His muscles and bones trembled, making a popping sound. Gu Fei stood up from the mountain peak. He felt a strong pressure from the void. He had successfully broken through the bottleneck of cultivation. The heaven and earth had sensed it and was about to send down a heavenly tribulation. This was the 9 minor heavenly tribulations in the Almighty Realm. It was the heavenly tribulation of the Almighty Sixth Heaven. However, Gu Fei suppressed the aura of the Almighty Sixth Heaven. He didn't want to undergo the heavenly tribulation in his own inner world. He had to suppress his cultivation. The turbulence in this divine land gradually calmed down. Gu Fei sensed something and turned around. When he saw He Tian, he was immediately shocked by his injuries. This guy was too miserable. Half of Tion's body was shattered. His wounds were a bloody mess. Other than that, other parts of Tion's body seemed to have been pierced by something. Tion's physical body was on the verge of collapse. If it wasn't for the invisible divine sword protecting him, he would have died long ago. He was using the power of the holy weapon to prolong his life. The aura of the demonic Tao. Gu Fei took a step and instantly crossed the void. He crossed 100 miles and appeared in front of Tion. This is, when Gu Fei sensed the demonic Tao power in Tion's body, he couldn't help but change his expression. This was definitely caused by a peerless demonic weapon. Saint-tier power was hidden in Tion's body. This wasn't a good thing. If he wasn't careful, Tion's life would be at stake. Boss. At this time, Tion's tense nerves finally relaxed completely. He only felt that his vision turned black and he almost fainted. What kind of demon is this? How could he hurt you like this? Gu Fei was very surprised. One should know that Tion was a formation grandmaster. His attainments in formations were extremely profound. Ordinary almighty emperors were no match for him. Moreover, Tion had the invisible divine sword in his hand. Demonic sky, a super old man. Tion said weakly. At this time, he was almost unable to hold on. I will send you to the divine spring of life first. Then, I will ask the ancestral dragon immortal herb for a drop of immortal divine liquid. Gu Fei said and lifted Tion. He took a step forward and came to the side of the divine spring of life. Plop! Gu Fei directly threw Tion into the divine spring of life. Only the vigorous vitality could save Tion's life. Only the ancestral dragon immortal herb's divine liquid could completely heal Tion. Boss, you are murdering. Tion only had time to say this sentence before he was thrown into the divine spring of life by Gu Fei. Gu Fei didn't care about Tion. He directly walked into the depths of the inner world and came to the side of the divine spring of life with the strongest vitality. This divine spring was the best divine spring in the entire inner world. The ancestral dragon immortal herb took root here and absorbed the vitality essence day and night. On a rock next to the divine spring of life, a divine herb shaped like an ancestral dragon was fluttering in the wind. A medicinal fragrance filled the void, making one's pores open up. The ancestral dragon immortal herb was an immortal divine herb. It contained fragments of the great Tao and could exist forever with heaven and earth. A drop of divine liquid was enough to make a dying person recover immediately. This was especially true for cultivators. As long as they refined a drop of immortal divine liquid, even if their body and soul were on the verge of being destroyed, they would still be able to survive. Tion's injury was caused by a peerless demon weapon. With ordinary means, it was impossible to recover from such an injury. If it was someone else who suffered such an injury, they would only end up dead. Even with the protection of a saint weapon, it was only a temporary measure. It couldn't last long. Old dragon, here I come again. Ha ha. Gu Fei laughed as he walked towards the divine herb shaped like an ancestral dragon. This was not the first time he had asked for immortal divine liquid from the ancestral dragon immortal herb. You damned brat. Your ancestor hasn't even recovered yet you're asking for my essence blood again. Absolutely not this time. A voice rang out in Gu Fei's mind. The stalk of a mortal herb that was rooted on the rock began to sway. Then, it actually stood up from the rock, as though it was about to run away. Aya, don't run. It's just a drop of divine liquid. Gu Fei smiled. This was a rare immortal divine herb in this world, so it was definitely worthy of his flattery. A drop of divine liquid. The ancestral dragon divine herb almost fell from the rock. That was its essence blood. The most precious part of an immortal divine herb was its essence blood. It was a supreme treasure that contained the secret of immortality. Don't be so stingy. Gu Fei continued to walk towards the ancestral dragon divine herb. The ancestral dragon divine herb had long gained sentience and even possessed a divine soul, allowing it to communicate with others. This was how Gu Fei communicated with it. Stingy, that's my essence blood. Do you know how long it will take for me to recover? The ancestral dragon divine herb wanted to run away. This time, It wouldn't give it up no matter what. Hee hee, this is my inner world. You should be very clear about this since you followed me, an extreme great utmost being. Gu Fei laughed. How could the ancestral dragon divine medicine escape from his inner world? This ancestral dragon divine herb had lived for a long time. It was once obtained by a supreme, so it naturally knew a lot of things. In fact, each immortal herb was a living dictionary that had experienced countless things and followed a supreme. Thus, it knew many secrets of this world. The ancestral dragon divine herb hesitated. It had lived for a long time, so how could it not understand the current situation? It didn't have a choice. Ever since it entered this world, it had lost its freedom. All right, this is the last time. Oh, the last time. In the end, the ancestral dragon divine herb compromised. A drop of essence blood flew out from the ancestral dragon divine herb, which Gu Fei took out and stored in a jade bottle. Thank you. Gu Fei thanked and left. This guy, although the ancestral dragon divine herb was angry, there was nothing it could do. In this world, the spiritual qi was extremely dense. This was definitely a suitable place for immortal herbs to grow. This guy's luck is not bad. It's not a bad thing to follow him. After all, the ancestral dragon divine herb had once followed a supreme, so it had a good eye for people. Gu Fei had a supreme sacred weapon. Anyone who could obtain a supreme sacred weapon had heaven-defying luck. Such a person was favored by the heavens and had a chance of becoming a supreme. The immortal herb was no ordinary herb. To be recognized by it, it was enough to prove that Gu Fei was extraordinary. Chapter 1629. No, the hand-flying ancient is fine, but the recovery energy is not absolutely right. For the cultivation of oneself rely on others, the injury to receive the sky is dark. Only the medicine dies, not the dragon ancestor using kinetic energy, only flying ancient. In the present, what use is there is no injury healing right, the injury control energy only, the strength of the weapon saint movement guide. That's right. First of all, it's very interesting. First of all, it's about the sky demon. The sky is dark, and the head demon is injured. It's hard to think about it. $. The pure essence of qi, vitality, life, emptiness, 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 spring, life, spring, life. The dissipation of qi, yuan, and life force in the inner body of life is not limited to the protection of the body. The dissipation of qi is slow in the inner body of life force. Miraculously, the sky darkens. $. The heavenly black corrosion of life birth, the soldier demon of force might, the soldier demon of force might, the level of the soldier demon is equivalent to the formless void, the soldier demon of world peerless middle hand sky devil there. $. The wonderful thing about balance is that when the lost vital energy is replenished in the internal body, the vital energy and vital energy are completely gone. The spring deity's vital energy and vital energy are born to guide him. Even if he obtains it, the sky will turn dark. $. Vital essence life birth great mass contains every divine way of light, coiling around divine way of light. Rising vital essence life birth spring divine life birth. Time comes flying through time. $. Half of the immortals will be formed. When the people are all calculated, the people can be born. The fate of the immortals is not all. Once the Tao is reached, the light of the God of life is like this. $. Interwoven in the light of the divine birth of the innumerable nothingness yet appearing. The spring of the divine birth of the spring of the divine birth here. $. Turning evil into harm will not stop. Injuring the enemy will stabilize the situation. Helping the enemy when it gets dark can only help, and not saving them when it gets dark. Just seeing the life of a god is rare is enough. $. The god of medicine should not die with an embrace of flying ancient Tao knowing him is the cause, because the original heavenly demon risked his life, because the sky demon dared to go dark is this also, because the sky demon should save the god of medicine, should not die with an overestimating his own strength is this $. Sigma wounded Chang Zhao Bing Shang heals, but medicine deities do not die healing him as the hand of the devil. The peerless level saint of the world will get rid of any trouble. The fate of worry will come to him. The god of medicine will not die. The sky devil does not matter. The war saint will suffer the same as the sky devil. Dollar dollar. It was not possible for the holy devil to appear, but the holy devil of earth and sky was here. A drop of water is like that. Don't be like that. The color of body fluid is non-existent. Once a drop of water is like that, the god of liquid will not drop that out. The bottle of jade is taken out and then flies straight to the ancient. Flowing in the rhythm of the Tao, the unique breath of the Qi, once opened, there will be emptiness in the middle. When the liquid god dies, does not drop that, does not pass. Dollar dollar. Because the origin exists forever, the medicine god will not die. This is not the reason why the medicine god will not die in the fragmented Tao accumulation. Dollar dollar. After refining myself, I'll take the divine liquid drop now. Dollar dollar. The god of spring in the sky went crazy. This kind of summoning is like the god of light's life. The god of spring in the sky was born. After that, the god of liquid's life in the sky was born. After that, the god of liquid's life in the inner body flew straight to the ancient. Dollar dollar. Roar. Dollar dollar. Feeling like a crack and collapse, the soul and the body's flesh have his command. The god of light's life in the inner body gave birth to the Tao. Roar in the dark sky. Dollar dollar. Like the recovery of the traces, there is the fragmentation of the flesh, the seeping pores of the dark sky. From the beginning to open the Qi black threads, the resistance is in the strength of the Tao devil's inner body. Dollar dollar. The Tao great Tao immortal's whole is not going to walk him. It is very heavy. Speaking of his body, the damage to life is not the same. The broken body is half a small dark sky. Dollar dollar. The void formation of him, after the whole process, is not to the body, the pattern of the upper body imprinted on the bones, tendons, flesh, blood, every part of the upper body, the void formation of him to open the inner body. Dollar dollar. His ability was not that. His body and flesh were to abandon the sky and the dark. Once there was no chanting of the Tao, there was no image of the Supreme Being. The divine Tao of sound came out. He, who had opened his upper body, the earth of power moved, causing the sky to darken, causing the god of medicine to die. It is obvious that he is overestimating his own strength. The inner body of the Taoist demon, when he sets up a cage, he will give birth to the god of light, and there will be no more god of light, while the outer body of the god of light dollar dollar, shattering the inner body of the sky dark in the pattern of the Tao devil, has come out to force the Tao devil to overestimate his strength. Dollar dollar. Very good. Dollar dollar. Go out, fight inside the earth and sky, go straight to him, then to him, nodding his head and having no choice but to fly to ancient times. The medicine god of strength medicine will not die. Move quickly. See you when the sky is dark. Dollar dollar. But heaven tribulation is small, heaven tribulation is big, 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 heaven tribulation is small, heaven tribulation wants him. Waiting for this dollar divided by can be compared to heaven smiting. Come to this, heaven smiting's martial arts. Cultivation and research, heaven smiting's great strength will also fall to the earth and sky. When the time comes to overestimate his own strength, compared to the Tao martial arts without difficulty, the Duke of Peace is heaven. Dollar dollar. The shadow body Tao stood upright. The peak of the mountain is one. The middle of the mountain is in the east. Dollar dollar. Family Zhaogu Huang is gone. Family Fengdong is gone. Dollar is not equal to can be compared to heaven smiting. The stronger and stronger pressure comes from the earth and sky. The realm's self-control presses on him. The words fly to ancient times. Dollar dollar. Swoosh. The great earth-shaking and heaven-startling meeting was about to occur. The appearance of the ground was about to take him. Yes, but where was the appearance of the ground was about to take him to know whether he was there or not? The peak of the mountain was about to disappear. The shadow of the flying ancient. Dollar dollar. Near the cave demon domain east, the shadow body appears, very quickly. Dollar dollar. The body bone demon beast is this. The black-colored strange species appear. The frame bone is this. The frame bone is big and not scattered, surrounding the cave demon. Dollar dollar. Inside this fall and the survival of the strong few years, The Bone Demon Beast God is this. The Bone Demon Beast God is not few, in the middle of it. $. Once the great demon head killed and beheaded, the demon cave entered the depths of the former emperor's east, came for 100 years. This was enough to involve the easy light will of the earth taboos Shirshio domain east into a holy $. Shirshio comes to the outside. The earth forbidden Shirshio domain here, waiting for the time to come here. $. The price point is paid to the demon clan. The sun is like that, the sky dark will dare $. Chapter 1630. Swoosh. A terrifying sword light tore through the dark world. The demonic sword in the demon's hand, which looked like a spirit snake, was vibrating, emitting a terrifying sword chi fluctuation. This chapter was uploaded by a netizen. In the void, the afterimages were cut down by the sword light. Gu Fei used the 8 desolation void steps, increasing his speed to the limit. Every step he took seemed to distort the void, and the world changed in an instant. The void steps blended into the void. This was a direct void shifting technique. It was untraceable. Even with the peerless demonic weapon in the hands of the young demons, it was difficult for them to hurt Gu Fei. What a good movement technique. Even the young demons with the peerless demonic weapon was secretly shocked. He knew that the person who dared to break into the demon cave was definitely not an ordinary cultivator. This human cultivator was so powerful that the young demons felt a great pressure. Bang! Gu Fei dodged the sword light of the peerless demonic sword while attacking. His big hand turned into a hand that covered the sky, slapping at the demons continuously. The void shook. The inheritance of the martial ancestor? When the young demons saw the combat skills displayed by Gu Fei, they couldn't help but be shocked again. In ancient times, the world had not changed, and there were many strong cultivators. It was a great era, and there was no lack of peerless cultivators. Among them, the martial ancestors' bloodline might be few in number, but every cultivator was peerless and powerful. They were not to be trifled with. In particular, the peerless cultivators who had cultivated the indestructible martial body could compete with the supreme demon lords. They ran amok in ancient times and were almost invincible. You have a good eye. Gu Fei's voice was incomparably calm as he struck out with the heaven-shrouding hand, clashing with the sword light from the young demon's hand. One after another, the huge hands were split apart by the sword light before dissipating into the void. In front of the peerless demonic weapon, Gu Fei's attack seemed insignificant. Even though he had become a great emperor, it was still difficult for him to fight against the peerless demonic weapon. Furthermore, Gu Fei still had to suppress his own cultivation. If he completely released his aura, the sixth heaven's heavenly tribulation would immediately descend. This was not an important place for the demons, so the heavenly tribulation could not be wasted. So what if it's the martial ancestor's inheritance? I'll still kill him. The young man was full of demonic nature. When his demonic eyes opened and closed, a strange bloodlight that made people's hearts palpitate shot out. Many demonic patterns appeared on his body. It wasn't you who injured He Tian. You demons really have a deep foundation. Gu Fei hadn't used his saint weapon yet. He wasn't in a hurry to use his trump card. The 8 desolate void steps was too mystical. He was actually able to break through the sword light of the young demons. Swoosh! With just a single step, Gu Fei disappeared into the distance in an instant, disappearing into the surging demonic chi. This had the young devil race being taken aback. The strength of the other party seemed to have exceeded his expectations. However, he had the peerless demonic weapon in his hands. He was not afraid of anyone, so he directly chased after Yifutyan. Gu Fei's 8 desolate void steps was the fastest in the world. With just a few steps, he had already left the young demons far behind. He directly rushed into the depths of the demon's Denver buzz. The void trembled, and the shadow of a huge cauldron appeared on Gu Fei's body. He drew a wisp of the mountain and river cauldron's power to protect himself. Even in the demon's den, he had no scruples. Below the demon's den was a nearly boundless demonic domain. 100 years ago, Gu Fei had been here. However, 100 years later, this demonic domain had become even more terrifying. From time to time, One could see a huge figure walking in the demonic aura. Heavy footsteps could be heard. Gu Fei didn't conceal the powerful aura of an almighty emperor. Along the way, he alarmed countless demons. There were also powerful demonic beasts chasing after him. Who is it? How dare you barge into my race's territory? He's simply courting death. I'm going to tear him apart. Powerful divine senses swept across the sky, sweeping towards Gu Fei. Some demons released their divine senses to probe Gu Fei's situation. They could attack Gu Fei at any time. However, Gu Fei's speed was simply too fast. Before the divine senses of the devil race's powerhouses could even reach him, he had already disappeared from the area. See the latest update come now? List. Chapter 1631. The two demons made their moves. All the novels were fighting for Gu Fei. In the eyes of the demons, Gu Fei had become a hot commodity. Everyone wanted to have a bite. The two demons didn't hesitate to fight. The law of the jungle. It was vividly displayed between the demons. In the demons, whose fist was harder? Who was the boss? Whose fist was not hard enough? Then they would be killed by other great demons. Or they would submit to other great demons. Roar. A monstrous demonic aura erupted. A demonic wolf appeared in the demonic aura. That was the patriarch of Heavenly Wolf. He displayed his great divine power. He wanted to swallow Gu Fei in one bite. At the first moment, you old wolf. The other patriarch of Raging Fire was furious. His entire body was emitting a demonic flame. It was so hot that the void was distorting. A human-shaped demonic flame. He pounced forward. Buzz. At this moment, the shadow of an ancient cauldron surged out from Gu Fei's body. A ripple that could be seen with the naked eye spread out from Gu Fei's body. The demonic wolf was sent flying. The endless demonic aura was dispersed. Even the human-shaped demonic flames collapsed and dispersed. The patriarch of Raging Fire also suffered a great impact. He retreated in panic. This is a holy weapon? The patriarch of Heavenly Wolf and the patriarch of Raging Fire were both shocked to the extreme. No wonder this human dared to break into this place. It turned out that he had a holy weapon with him. A human expert who had a holy weapon. It wasn't that easy to suppress. The two demons felt that it was extremely troublesome. They wished they could swallow Gu Fei alive. But they didn't dare to go forward. Let's see where else you can run to. At this moment, an angry shout came from behind Gu Fei. The young demons finally caught up. The demonic sword in his hand instantly surged tens of thousands of feet. It charged towards Gu Fei. Shwa. Gu Fei used the 8 desolate void steps. He dodged the sword light. He continued to rush towards the demon mountain. He wanted to undergo his tribulation on the devil mountain. He wanted to pull all the devils on the devil mountain to transcend the tribulation together. However, things did not develop as he had expected. He had just approached the demon mountain. On the demon mountain in front of them. Then, there was a fluctuation of magic power. On the pitch-black mountain, demonic patterns appeared one after another. A super demonic formation that enveloped the entire demon mountain was rapidly recovering. A terrifying demonic might appeared between the heaven and earth. Gu Fei was shocked. He had to stop. Rays of demonic light rushed out of the formation. They formed a net of light. It blocked Gu Fei outside the mountain. Sovereign, both Patriarch Heavenly Wolf and Patriarch Raging Fire were taken aback. They had never expected this. The Lord of the Demon Mountain had actually activated the demonic formation. It protected the entire demon mountain. Could it be that the human expert in front of them, could he actually endanger the entire demon mountain? The Lord of the Demon Mountain. He was also the Lord of the Demon Cave. He was a supreme existence. He was suppressed in the demon mountain. Countless years had passed. He had yet to escape. As for the demons in the demon cave, they were also the great ancient demons that were sealed deep underground. Most of the great demons had been suppressed to death. Only a few survived. However, these great demons that had survived, his cultivation base was exceedingly high. They had almost been completely destroyed. They could survive. They were already very lucky. The arrival of Gu Fei. It made the Lord of the Demon Mountain feel danger. This was a great formation that came from the ancient demon path. It had definitely surpassed the saint level. Even if Gu Fei had an extreme path sacred weapon, it was impossible to break it. How dare you? You actually alarmed the sovereign. You deserve to die. The young demons charged over with a peerless sacred weapon in his hand, the saint-level sword light. It tore the void of heaven and earth. It destroyed everything. Even Patriarch Heavenly Wolf and Patriarch Raging Fire dodged it. At this moment, the mighty army of demons charged over. Thousands of demons and demonic beasts charged towards Gu Fei. They couldn't wait to skin Gu Fei alive. One had to know the vast life force on Gu Fei's body. To every great demon, they were all great supplements. To the demons, Gu Fei was simply a peerless divine medicine. He was simply a peerless divine medicine in human form. Swoosh! A great demon made a move. He raised a big net. It enveloped Gu Fei, who had dodged the sword light. This was a demon net. There were demon prints interweaving. The great demon who made a move. He was at least a great emperor. Only a great demon of this level. He could get a share of the pie. As for Patriarch Heavenly Wolf and Patriarch Raging Fire, who had rushed out of the demon mountain, their cultivation levels were terrifying. These were two half-sage demons. Humph, Gu Fei sneered. He directly reached out and grabbed the demon net that was enveloping him. Then, he separated his hands. He directly tore a big hole in the demon net. Then, he rushed out. Bang! Just as Gu Fei rushed out of the demon net, a big hammer. It smashed towards his head. A terrifying demonic might spread out. A peak almighty realm demons made a move. Boom! Gu Fei punched upwards. His right fist released a dazzling divine light. The entire dark world was illuminated. The big hammer was sent flying into the sky by his punch. Then, it collapsed. A demon weapon of a peak almighty realm. He actually smashed it with his bare hands. Such combat power. All the experts of the Devil Clan who witnessed this scene were incomparably shocked. The physical body of this demon warrior. It was even stronger than the demon weapon refined by the peak almighty realm. All right, those who should come have come. Then, let's begin. Gu Fei saw the surrounding demon shadows colliding. He knew it too. It was time. However, he did not sense the aura of the demon path holy weapon that injured He Tian. The demon path ranker that injured He Tian did not appear. But thinking about it, it made sense. Even He Tian was severely injured. The injuries of the great demon that injured He Tian. It was definitely not lighter than He Tian's. At this moment, that great demon was probably hiding somewhere to recuperate. Everyone, let's attack together. No one knew who shouted it. Then, almost all the demons who were qualified to make a move made a move. All sorts of demon weapons soared into the sky. They attacked Gu Fei. The peerlessly terrifying demon path power exploded. Rumble. The entire demon domain shook. The demon path power that exploded from these demon weapons gathered together. It was earth-shattering. Even Gu Fei could not help but be shocked. At this moment, Gu Fei's body emitted an even more powerful aura. Then, there were no signs. An extremely oppressive force suddenly descended. It was as if the entire world had suddenly collapsed. All the demons felt a palpitating wave coming from the void. Then, bolts of lightning seemed to appear directly in the void. Boom! Silver snakes moved randomly. The aura of destruction. It swept across the sky and the earth. The endless demonic aura was dispersed by this destructive force in an instant. Countless demon weapons attacked Gu Fei. They were all submerged in this sea of lightning, with Gu Fei as the center. Within a radius of 10 miles, they were all shrouded by lightning. Within a radius of 10 miles, it had all turned into a sea of lightning. At this moment, all the demons were dumbfounded. Endless lightning enveloped them in an instant. Many demons were destroyed in body and soul at the first moment. If you want to see the latest update, come. List. Chapter 1632. As the heavenly tribulation descended, the void within a radius of 10 miles turned into a sea of thunder and lightning. Bolts of lightning with a destructive aura wreaked havoc. Even the void was torn apart by these bolts of lightning. This was a minor heavenly tribulation of a sixth heaven expert. However, even a minor heavenly tribulation was enough to shake the world. At the moment when the heavenly tribulation descended, many powerful demons were instantly killed by the tribulation lightning. In the sea of thunder, many figures fell one after another, and the heavy layers of devil chi were dispersed. At this time, all the experts of the demons were desperately recalling the devil weapons they had shot out, using them to protect themselves and resist the sudden arrival of the heavenly tribulation. What's going on? How can there be a heavenly tribulation? How is this possible? Cries of alarm and shouts rang out everywhere, accompanied by the screams of death. The entire depths of the demon domain was in chaos, and even the demon mountain was affected. Rumble. The demonic formation was operating, and a vast amount of devil chi was triggered. The heavenly tribulation that descended from the sky was all blocked outside the demonic formation. It could actually resist the heavenly tribulation. It's this guy who triggered the heavenly tribulation. In the heavenly tribulation, a ball of devil fire was burning, and countless tribulation lightning were dissipating. The power of the demonic path at the half-saint level was mighty. For a moment, even the power of the heavenly tribulation could not hurt raging fire ancestor. The ancestor of the demons was extremely powerful. If this great demon was in his heyday in ancient times, he would probably be able to kill Gu Fei with one slap. However, even an ancient ferocious demon's cultivation was almost obliterated after being suppressed for countless years, just like the old tortoise. These demons in the East Demon Cave had all grown up in the past 100 years. Raging Fire Ancestor, the Heavenly Wolf Ancestor, and the other demon experts were the first batch of demons to break free. Kill. The young demon, holding a peerless devil weapon, directly broke through the layers of tribulation lightning and rushed toward Gu Fei. At this moment, he finally understood why this human took the risk to break into the depths of the demon cave. This guy wanted to use the power of the heavenly tribulation to severely injure the demons. I've tolerated you for a long time. You're not the only one with a saint weapon. Gu Fei snorted coldly. With a flip of his right hand, an ancient long sword appeared in his hand. It was a simple and unadorned ancient sword. Buzz. Gu Fei shook the long sword in his hand and met the young demon's peerless demon weapon head-on. The long sword in his hand didn't emit any brilliance at all. On the other hand, the peerless demonic weapon in the hands of the young demons burst forth with a dazzling demonic light, turning into a terrifying sword light that slashed through the void, as if it could destroy everything. A wave of saint-class sword energy spread out from the young demon's hands. Haha, it's just an ordinary weapon, and you actually used it to block a saint weapon. You really don't know what's good for you. The young demons laughed. He couldn't sense any sword energy coming from the sword in Gu Fei's hand. It was a normal weapon, and a normal one at that. Crack! The long sword in Gu Fei's hand collided with the peerless demon weapon in the hands of the young demons. The smile on the young demon's face instantly froze. The two powerful figures passed by each other in an instant. How is this possible? The young demon seemed to be dumbfounded. There was only half of the demon weapon left in his hand. This was a peerless demon weapon that could compete with a saint weapon refined by a human sage. However, such an indestructible peerless demon weapon had been cut in half. How was this possible? The young demons couldn't believe what he had just seen. Then, a bloodstain spread out from the middle of the young demon's eyebrows. The young demon's eyes began to lose their luster, and the divine light in their eyes began to dissipate. It turned out that the moment the two of them passed by each other, not only did Gu Fei use the long sword in his hand to cut the peerless demon weapon in the hands of the young demons, but he also injured the young demons. An extremely terrifying murderous aura penetrated the young demon's eyebrows and destroyed his spirit. The murderous aura filled the air. In just a few breaths, the powerful young demons had fallen. The terrifying demonic aura cut off all the vitality in the young demon's body. There was only one ending for the young demons, and that was death. If you think it's good, please bookmark it on this site so that you can read it in the future. See the earliest updates, coming soon. List. Chapter 1633. Gu Fei started a massacre with the purple gold divine sword in his hand. More than a dozen demons died under his sword. Even the young demons who held the peerless demonic weapon was killed by him. This caused the two half-saints of the devil race to be both shocked and furious. After all, the devil race would still suffer heavy losses even if they killed that human expert. Moreover, it was hard to say if they could kill this human expert. Buzz. The divine sword vibrated, and the raging fire ancestor was forced to retreat. This was a killing sword, and it was extremely terrifying. Even an existence like the raging fire ancestor did not dare to let the killing sword get close to him. The raging fire ancestor sensed a peerless killing intent from the purple gold divine sword in Gu Fei's hand. This frightened him, and he did not dare to fight against it. Where are you going? Gu Fei used the universal void steps and increased his speed to the limit. With just one step, he was already close to the raging fire ancestor. Then, he waved the divine sword. Roar! The raging fire ancestor roared angrily. He used the half-saint demonic weapon that he had cultivated to block the attack. However, although the half-saint demonic weapon was extremely powerful, it was still vulnerable in front of the purple gold divine sword. The Heaven Luo umbrella, which was filled with demonic flames, was cut in half by the purple gold divine sword. The endless demonic flames dissipated, and the half-saint demonic weapon turned into scrap metal. The raging fire ancestor used several half-saint demonic weapons in succession and even used a broken holy weapon. However, this still could not stop Gu Fei. Although the purple gold divine sword had not recovered, it was still invincible. Any demonic weapon that was touched by the divine sword would be destroyed. Even a half-saint could not catch up to Gu Fei's speed, especially when he had successfully broken through the bottleneck of cultivation and stepped into the sixth minor step of the Almighty. The reborn power was so strong that the speed of his universal void steps increased a little. Swoosh! In the void, there were constantly afterimages. Gu Fei forced the raging fire ancestor into a sorry state. The raging fire ancestor was almost cut by the purple gold divine sword several times. Relying on a killing sword is nothing. If you have the guts, then don't use this sword and fight me. The raging fire ancestor was extremely aggrieved. The other party did not rely on the killing sword. If he did not have the killing sword, he could kill this hateful guy with one slap. If you don't use the killing sword, I can kill you with one finger. Raging Fire Ancestor continued to provoke him. How could Gu Fei not know what Raging Fire Ancestor was planning? He smiled and then stopped. He really put away the purple gold divine sword. I want to see how you can kill me with a single finger, Gu Fei said disdainfully. He had seen the existence of a semi-sage. How could he be afraid of these semi-sage demons? However, although he said so, Gu Fei did not dare to take it lightly. He knew that these demons had lived for countless years, especially this Raging Fire Ancestor. Such a half-saint was not comparable to an ordinary half-saint. You're courting death. Raging Fire Ancestor couldn't help being overjoyed when he saw Gu Fei really put away the divine illness sword. This guy was really tired of living. He was just a sixth heaven martial artist. Could it be that he was really so heaven-defying that he could challenge a half-step saint? Even though he knew that a warrior with success in cultivation was far stronger than a cultivator at the same level, Raging Fire Ancestor did not believe it. Boy, you're really too stupid and naive. The figure of Raging Fire Ancestor loomed in the demon fire. This kind of demon fire was the natal demon fire that he cultivated. It had great power. Even if a semi-sage was enveloped by the demon fire, he would also die. Thousands of incarnations, everywhere. Raging Fire Ancestor shouted. The demon fire on his body soared with a boom sound, sweeping the world in all directions and dispersing the tribulation thunder in the surroundings. A terrifying aura of a devil saint spread out from the devil race's half-step devil saint's body, shocking everyone. Ancestor Raging Fire is making a move. My race's semi-sage is making a move. That guy is still alive. All the devil race experts trapped by the tribulation lightning were pleasantly surprised. As long as they killed the human expert who triggered this tribulation, the tribulation would naturally dissipate. The East Region Demon Cave was a special place. There were demonic patterns laid down by a supreme demon, Venerable, here. It was a demon domain opened up by that supreme demon, Venerable. In the past, this supreme demon, Venerable, was defeated and then sealed here. He was worn down by the power of suppression day and night, and his cultivation was almost gone. However, a rotten ship still had 3 pounds of nails. This supreme demon, Venerable, did not die and lingered on until the present. Taking advantage of the great changes in the world, when the power of suppression was at its weakest, he broke through the seal. Such a supreme demon, Venerable, was extremely terrifying. However, this supreme demon, Venerable, had not yet been born, and the seal on his body had not been completely unlocked. It was difficult for him to truly break free. At this time, Gu Fei had already started fighting with Raging Fire Ancestor. His fists shook the void, and a large amount of demon fire dissipated under his fists. How is this possible? Raging Fire Ancestor was shocked to the extreme. A warrior at the 6th heaven of Almighty could actually challenge a semi-sage. A warrior who had achieved success in cultivation was really heaven-defying. Bam! Gu Fei's fist collided with a human-shaped demon fire. The human-shaped demon fire was shaken away, and Gu Fei himself was also affected. His whole body was instantly swallowed by the demon fire. Roar! Gu Fei roared, and a powerful force that made Raging Fire Ancestor's heart palpitate burst out from his body. It directly shook off the demon fire on his body. Demon Fire, Prairie Fire. Raging Fire Ancestor roared and displayed a great technique of the demon path. A terrifying holy power spread out from his body in all directions, and the whole world was shaking. Countless tribulation thunder around him collapsed, and even the extreme demonic shadow fell from the sky. Raging Fire Ancestor was furious, and a pitch-black demon fire rushed out from between his eyebrows. Just a wisp of that kind of demon fire could turn the whole void into a sea of fire. This was the source of the demon fire, and it was released by Raging Fire Ancestor. Boom! The pitch-black demon fire instantly enveloped the world, and screams were constantly heard. Many demons who could not escape in time were burned by the demon fire, and their bodies and souls were directly destroyed. Raging Fire, are you crazy? The voice of the heavenly wolf old ancestor sounded out from afar. He was incomparably furious. This raging flames was too excessive and lawless. In order to annihilate this human race expert, he actually didn't hesitate to sweep the nearby devil race experts into the devil flames, causing them to lose their lives in vain. Even Raging Fire Ancestor did not dare to touch this demon fire of the origin. He hurriedly dodged to the distance. At this time, the power of heaven's retribution had begun to weaken, and it was about to pass. Seeing that heaven's retribution was about to dissipate, Gu Fei opened his mouth and sucked in all directions. Thousands of tribulation thunder were swallowed into his stomach, and then he opened his mouth and spat it at Raging Fire Ancestor in front of him. Please share. Chapter 1634. In the battle between Gu Fei and Raging Fire Ancestor, he did not rely on the purple gold divine sword. Instead, he used his own cultivation and strength to fight against this semi-sage demons. Phew! He opened his mouth and sucked in all the lightning around him. Then, he opened his mouth and spat it at Raging Fire Ancestor. Countless tribulation thunders and lightning rushed towards Raging Fire Ancestor like a Milky Way. Raging Fire Ancestor was shocked. This human warrior was even more terrifying than he had imagined. He dared to swallow tribulation thunders. The strength of his martial body was really abnormal. After the tribulation thunders and lightning were swallowed by Gu Fei, all the demons were shocked and angry. They all rushed into the distance. At this time, no one knew how many experts of the demons had died under the tribulation thunders. The experts of the demons who were still alive were stunned when they saw that Gu Fei was swallowing the power of thunder and lightning. It should be known that this was the power of heaven's tribulation. This human was not afraid of the destructive power of heaven and earth. He even used this destructive power to attack his opponent. This kind of method was really scary. Ordinary people would not dare to let the heavens tribulation get close to them. But this guy not only let the heavens tribulation attack him, but also used the destructive power of heaven's tribulation. Dazzling lightning and tribulation thunders were blooming, and the destructive aura rushed over. Raging fire ancestor's source of demonic fire was shaken, and the black demonic fire instantly dissipated by half. Roar! Raging fire ancestor roared. As he waved his hands, black lightning suddenly appeared in the demonic fire, and the black demonic thunder struck forward. Rumble! The tribulation thunders and the demonic thunder collided in an instant. The whole void was shaking, and the strong divine light tore the heaven and earth apart, destroying everything. The terrible destructive aura spread between heaven and earth. After all, the tribulation thunders that Gu Fei spat out were limited, while the demonic power of raging fire ancestors' demonic path of the semi-sage level seemed to be endless. In the end, the power of heaven's tribulation was blown away by the demonic thunder and disappeared completely. Demonic thunder suppresses 6 paths. Raging fire ancestor rose into the air. Then, billions of black demonic thunder exploded in the air around him. The entire demonic realm seemed to be turning over. Boundless demonic thunderbolts accompanied by towering demonic flames descended from the sky toward Gu Fei, shrouding the entire space. It was a terrifying sight to behold. This was the power of a half-saint. A single demonic lightning bolt could destroy a mountain. Millions upon millions of demonic lightning bolts blasted towards Gu Fei at the same time, turning the world into chaos. It was as if the demonic lightning bolts really did have the power to stun the 6 paths. Chaos shatters the void. Gu Fei also let out a furious roar. His aura instantly doubled. He clenched his right hand into a fist and punched upward with all his might. Streaks of chaos Dao patterns appeared on his fist, and a shocking chaos fist force rushed out from his fist. It was like a chaos dragon soaring into the sky, unstoppable. Boom! Gu Fei's fist force directly broke through the layers of demonic thunder and demonic flames, rushing towards raging fire ancestor behind the demonic thunder. The void was directly annihilated by the chaos fist force. It was as if this punch had punched a huge hole in the heavens and earth. Bam! Raging fire ancestor was sent flying. He was extremely shocked. It was hard for him to accept that a warrior at the 6th heaven of Almighty Realm could actually repel him. Sirius, why don't you come to help me at this time? Raging fire ancestor roared. This expert of the human clan was too abnormal. He felt danger, as if he was facing a terrifying ancient beast. Roar! The demonic wolf howled. In the distant sky, a demonic wolf the size of a mountain roared at the sky. Then, it directly leaped into the sky and pounced on Gu Fei. A domineering aura swept across the sky and the earth, and a terrifying demonic power spread out. You're courting death. Gu Fei's battle intent was like a rainbow. His entire body was surrounded by chaotic aura, and his long hair was fluttering in the wind. His eyes were filled with sharp divine light, and chaotic Dao patterns were faintly visible on his body. One hand to cover the sky. Gu Fei directly displayed this martial arts combat skill. He stretched out his hand, and a large chaos hand immediately rushed out from his hand, emitting a terrifying wave of martial arts power, and grabbed at the demonic wolf that swooped down from the sky. Rumble! On the large chaos hand, Dao patterns appeared faintly. In an instant, it covered the whole world, grabbed the demonic wolf in the hand, and wanted to crush it. This was a scene that made all the demons dumbfounded. A demonic wolf the size of a mountain was actually caught by a large hand. It was too shocking. Serious ancestor. The demons of the demonic wolf lineage were shocked. The demonic wolf that was caught by the large chaos hand was struggling violently and seemed to be at a disadvantage. This was a scene that none of the demons wanted to see. Boom! The demonic wolf that was as big as a mountain exploded in an instant. It was not the real body of the demonic wolf, but a kind of Dharma form of heaven and earth. When the Dharma form exploded, it formed an extremely powerful destructive force. Gu Fei's heaven-covering hand could not withstand this burst of demonic power, and the large chaos hand stopped in the void. A demonic shadow rushed out of the chaotic devil chi, and a beast claw reached down from the sky, grabbing at Gu Fei's head at an extremely fast speed. Bam! Gu Fei punched upward and collided with the beast claw. The sound of bones breaking was heard, and the beast claw was shattered by Gu Fei's punch. What a powerful martial body! In the void, the voice of Sirius' ancestor sounded. A demonic wolf figure appeared high in the sky, looming in the devil chi, and a pair of blood-red eyes swept out from the devil chi. The demonic wolf's right claw was recovering rapidly. At this level of cultivation, physical injuries were not fatal. For the existence of the half-step Saint Realm, no matter how serious the physical injuries were, they could recover in an instant. Come at me together. Gu Fei stood in the void and glanced coldly at the two half-step saints of the demons in front of him. A powerful aura surged from his body. He wanted to challenge the two half-step saints of the demons at the same time. Old wolf, since he wants to die, let's fulfill his wish. Raging Fire Ancestor said to the demonic wolf. He turned into a human-shaped demonic fire, looming in the void. Very good. The demonic wolf nodded. The combat strength of this human warrior in front of him could be said to be heaven-defying. He must not be allowed to continue to grow. Otherwise, all the demons would be in big trouble. The two half-step saints of the demons moved toward Gu Fei with tacit understanding. Raging Fire Ancestor and Sirius Ancestor exuded a monstrous murderous aura. The surrounding demons knew that the two ancestors were serious, and they all retreated to the distance, not daring to approach. Kill. Gu Fei did not hesitate. He used the 8 Desolation Void steps, as if he was passing through the cracks in the void. In an instant, he arrived in front of the two half-step saints of the demons, and struck his strongest blow. Chapter 1635. Yin and Yang converged and turned into primal chaos. The chaotic true power in Gu Fei's body became more profound after he broke through to the 6th heaven of Almighty. At this moment, he was fearless even when facing the two half-sages of the demon race. He charged forward and threw a punch forward. The terrifying chaotic fist energy enveloped the two half-sages of the demon race. Gu Fei was extremely powerful when he punched the two demi-saint demons. This was his first battle after breaking through. He wanted to use this battle to consolidate his cultivation. In the face of Gu Fei's all-out punch, the two demi-saints of the demon race felt a great pressure. It was as if a primordial divine mountain was crashing down on them. The whole world was collapsing. The power of this punch was so powerful that it could shake the world. All the demons watching the battle from afar were extremely shocked. When did such a human expert appear in the eastern region? The two demi-saint demons were shocked by Gu Fei's combat strength. However, they were demi-saints after all. Their cultivation was also extremely powerful. Such existences would not be scared off by Gu Fei. Kill. Fight. Celestial Wolf Ancestor and Raging Fire Ancestor attacked almost at the same time. The two demi-saint demons displayed their worldly Dharma form. The devil chi in the whole demon domain immediately gathered toward the two demi-saint demons. Roar. An incomparably huge demonic wolf appeared in the world. This demonic wolf was almost as tall as the sky. One of its claws was even bigger than a mountain. The demonic wolf roared angrily. The 9 heavens shook. It displayed a supreme devil might as if it had recovered to its peak. This worldly Dharma form was too shocking. It gave people an illusion and shocked them to the extreme. Even Gu Fei was shocked when he saw this worldly Dharma form. The demonic wolf opened its mouth and swallowed the world. It rushed toward Gu Fei. If your cultivation and strength were the same as this avatar of heaven and earth, I would turn around and leave. Gu Fei knew that this demon wolf's true cultivation wasn't frightening. It was only the universal Dharma idol that he had displayed that was frightening. However, it was also because of this universal Dharma idol that the demon wolf's battle strength had been greatly increased. Rumble. The space above Gu Fei's head immediately collapsed and was swallowed by the giant wolf. At the same time, Raging Fire Ancestor also displayed the Devil Sky Dharma Laksana. A huge human-shaped demonic fire appeared in the void, as if a supreme fire demon was about to walk out of the void. Boom! The gigantic demonic figure opened its mouth and spewed out pitch-black demonic flames, which burned towards Gu Fei. The void was silently destroyed by the demonic flames. The raging fire ancestor's demonic fire of the origin was too terrifying. Even Gu Fei was unwilling to let this kind of demonic fire touch him. He directly stepped in the void and quickly retreated. Chi into swords, Gu Fei shouted. Chaotic real power surged all over his body. Beams of chaotic divine light rushed out of his body and turned into chaotic divine swords, floating around him. Go! Gu Fei waved his hands. Thousands of chaotic divine swords floating around him immediately pierced forward. The scene of tens of thousands of swords flying together was extremely spectacular. Shocking sword chi appeared between heaven and earth. Beams of chaotic sword light split the layers of demonic fire and slashed towards the gigantic demonic figure. Even raging fire ancestor was shocked. Chaotic fist. After striking out thousands of chaotic sword light, Gu Fei directly rushed up to the sky and attacked the giant wolf in the sky. His fists seemed to have turned into two chaotic divine suns, blooming with chaotic divine light. Bang! The giant wolf head that was about to devour Gu Fei was directly smashed by his fists. He rushed over and shook the real body of the demonic wolf out of the worldly Dharma form. Without using the 9 secrets of the immortal way, Gu Fei completely relied on his own strength to fight against the demons. With his current strength, he could already compete with the demonic saints. The worldly Dharma form is nothing more than this. Gu Fei's voice spread throughout the devil's den, causing the demons to turn pale. No one dared to refute him, because Gu Fei's combat strength was there for all to see. Anyone who was not convinced could attack. However, none of the demons who were watching the battle dared to attack. No one wanted to die, especially in this great era. Only by staying alive could they go further in this great era. If they died now, everything would be gone. Clang! Countless chaotic sword light shattered. The raging fire ancestor was ruthless. He did not hesitate to consume his primordial chi to shatter the chaotic sword light that Gu Fei struck out, and then he attacked Gu Fei. The demonic fire Dharma form was incomparably huge, and the human-shaped demonic fire slapped down on Gu Fei. The terrifying power of the demonic way caused the void to collapse and be annihilated, making it impossible for anything to exist. Bang! Gu Fei stretched out his palm to meet the giant hand that was surrounded by demonic fire, and it collided head-on with the raging fire ancestor's worldly Dharma form. Countless demonic patterns rushed out of the demonic hand, interweaving with the demonic saint power, and slashed at Gu Fei. He wanted to withdraw his palm, but he found that there was an extremely strong suction coming from his opponent's hand, sucking his palm in. This guy, Gu Fei was taken aback. He had already expected that the raging fire ancestor would not be so simple, and he actually attacked him like this. The demonic patterns were interweaving, and the demonic saint power could destroy everything. He suffered a great impact. His entire arm turned black in an instant, and the vitality of his muscles, bones, and flesh was quickly lost. The demonic patterns were actually branded into his arm. This kind of attack was too terrifying. The demonic patterns were branded into his flesh, bones, and flesh. Every demonic pattern was emitting demonic fire, burning his flesh, bones, and flesh. It was extremely painful. Humph! Gu Fei's entire arm was shaking, and the divine patterns of the great path appeared on his arm. Wisps of black aura seeped out from the pores on his arm, and the demonic patterns were dissipating. The black aura on his arm was quickly dissipating, and the demonic patterns that were branded into Gu Fei's arm were dissipating. The demonic chi and demonic fire were forced out of his arm by Gu Fei. Boom! With a muffled sound, Gu Fei's palm was separated from the huge hand of the heavenly demon form. Gu Fei was sent flying hundreds of feet away by a powerful force, and he suffered a small loss. Very good. Gu Fei was furious. This guy was too insidious. He had almost fallen into his trap just now. Kill. In the next moment, Gu Fei turned into an invincible god of war. He raised his combat capability to the limit. With a few steps, he had already reached the side of the heavenly demon form transformed by the raging fire ancestor, and punched the right shoulder of the heavenly demon form. Bam! The entire right arm of the heavenly demon form collapsed, and a demonic shadow fell out of the void. Endless demonic fire was being extinguished. The huge, heavenly demon form blurred for a moment and then collapsed in the void. Again, there was a hint of madness in Gu Fei's eyes. He attacked with all his strength, using the 8 directions void steps and displaying the fastest speed in the world. He kept attacking the 2 semi-saints demons. Soon, the 2 semi-saints demons were suppressed by Gu Fei. They kept retreating, and demonic blood dripped from the sky. This is against the natural order. That human actually, seeing this scene, all the fiends were shocked to the extreme. Chapter 1636. Gu Fei's battle prowess was heaven-defying. His primal chaos fist shattered the void and suppressed the 2 demons half-saints. All the demons who witnessed this scene were dumbfounded. Kill. Gu Fei's entire body was surrounded by primal chaos chi. His long hair fluttered wildly. His shocking battle intent made even the half-saints' hearts palpitate. His fists forced the 2 demons to retreat continuously. Heavenly Wolf howls at the moon. Old ancestor Heavenly Wolf once again evolved the Heaven and Earth avatar. A huge demon wolf appeared between heaven and earth. It opened its mouth and howled at Gu Fei. Rolling sound waves spread out from the Heavenly Wolf's mouth. The void in front of the demon wolf was directly shattered by this howl. This howl could shatter mountains and rivers. It was terrifying to the extreme. Many demons who were watching the battle from afar fell from the sky the moment the sound-killing technique was cast. They were knocked out by the demonic howl, especially the demons behind Gu Fei. More than a dozen of them instantly turned into a cloud of blood mist. Their bodies and souls were directly destroyed by this terrible sound wave. In order to kill Gu Fei, old ancestor Heavenly Wolf attacked without any scruples. He didn't care about the lives of the demons around him. This was the law between demons. As long as one was strong enough, no demons would dare to provoke him. If they were killed by other demons, they could only blame themselves for not being strong enough. The law of the weak being prey to the strong could be fully reflected in the demon race. Buzz. Gu Fei, who bore the brunt of the attack, only felt a tingling pain in his ears. Then, he couldn't hear anything. He temporarily lost his hearing. A trace of blood seeped out from his ears. Roar. Gu Fei roared. The powerful killing power of the sound made him feel like he was hit by a primordial demon mountain. His whole body was sent flying thousands of feet away. Old ancestor Heavenly Wolf displayed his terrible killing technique. The roar shattered the heaven and earth. If it was any other almighty, they wouldn't be able to survive even if they had 100 lives. However, Gu Fei was not an ordinary expert. His martial body was so strong that it could compete with a half-sacred weapon. Although he was attacked by the sound-killing technique, it was difficult for him to be seriously injured. Rumble. At this moment, Raging Fire Ancestor used his trump card. Thousands of beams of demonic light shot out from his human-shaped demonic fire body. Countless demonic patterns interweaved, and a pitch-black demonic bow appeared in his hand. Raging Fire Patriarch tried his best to pull the bow open. Countless demonic tattoos crazily gathered on the bow, and a demonic arrow completely made of demonic tattoos appeared on the bow. Swoosh. Raging Fire Ancestor let go, and the demonic arrow immediately shot toward Gu Fei, leaving a residual shadow in the void. This was a great path demon arrow, completely formed from interweaving demonic glyphs. Saint-level power emanated from the demon arrow, causing even Gu Fei's expression to change. 2 half-sacred demons attacked him at the same time. The situation seemed to be reversed in an instant, and Gu Fei was at a disadvantage. Even in this great era, the existence of a half-sacred realm could absolutely do whatever they wanted in the human realm. As long as the existences in the forbidden areas didn't take action, they were almost invincible. Damn it! Gu Fei knew that if he didn't use his trump card, he would definitely lose. The joint attack of 2 half-sacred demons was not a joke. It should be known that these were not ordinary half-sacred demons. Old Ancestor Heavenly Wolf and Raging Fire Ancestor had lived for countless years. They were ancient demons. When the 2 ancient demons attacked, even a half-sacred realm would have to suffer a grievance, let alone Almighty Emperor. The demonic arrow was extremely fast. The demonic light transformed from the demonic arrow shot at the center of Gu Fei's eyebrows. A cold aura had already penetrated into Gu Fei's mud-pill palace. Raging Fire Ancestor wanted to blow up Gu Fei's head with one arrow. Xing. At this moment, a sword cry rang out from within Gu Fei's mud-pill palace. A small person walked out of the mud-pill palace. With a flash of his body, he turned into a streak of sword light and shot out from the center of Gu Fei's eyebrows. Essence Spirit Dao Sword. Without thinking, Gu Fei used the 9 secrets of the immortal Dao. The Essence Spirit turned into a Dao sword that contained an unparalleled power of Dao. This was a supreme secret skill of the immortal Dao that possessed immense power. The Essence Spirit Dao sword tore through the void and clashed with the demonic arrow. Bam! The demonic arrow exploded instantly. Countless demonic patterns were destroyed. The Essence Spirit Dao sword rushed through and destroyed the demonic arrow. It then continued on its way towards Raging Fire Ancestor. What? Raging Fire Ancestor was taken aback. How could this be? Wasn't this human the successor of the martial ancestor? How did he cultivate the supreme secret skill of the martial ancestor as well? Sure. The Essence Spirit Dao sword arrived in front of Raging Fire Ancestor in an instant. The horrifying sword chi was neither strong nor weak. The layers of demonic fire were destroyed by the sword light. It was countless times stronger than the demonic arrow. With a flash of the sword light, the demonic bow in Raging Fire Ancestor's hand was split into 2. The demonic fire in human form was swept by the sword light and dimmed down instantly. Essence Spirit Dao Sword? Seeing that Raging Fire Ancestor was injured, Heavenly Wolf Ancestor could not help but be shocked. He recognized this secret skill that Gu Fei had displayed. Once the Dao sword was unleashed, it was almost invincible. Wong. The Dao sword vibrated, and a figure appeared indistinctly on the sword light. The Dao rhythm of the great Dao spread out. Raging Fire Ancestor's core was injured by the Dao sword, and he was scared out of his wits. The primordial spirit Dao sword flew back to Gu Fei and entered his glabella. Boom. At the same time, a shocking aura burst out from Gu Fei's body. His entire aura changed drastically, and the entire void trembled under this pressure. This is... Heavenly Wolf Ancestor and Raging Fire Ancestor were taken aback. They felt extreme danger. Kill! Gu Fei shouted. His voice shook the heavens and the earth. Many demons who were watching the battle from afar were roared down from the sky. The demons' faces changed and they were horrified. Swish! With just one step, Gu Fei appeared in front of Raging Fire Ancestor in an instant. Wong. The Essence Spirit Dao sword rushed out from between Gu Fei's eyebrows and directly twisted Raging Fire Ancestor's demonic fire real body into 2 pieces. Then, Gu Fei slapped down and shattered the 2 pieces of Raging Fire Ancestor's demonic fire real body. The powerful force directly shattered Raging Fire Ancestor's demonic fire real body and vital spirit. What? Everyone was shocked. They never expected such an ending. Raging Fire Ancestor was killed in an instant, and both his body and spirit were destroyed. That was a sage to be demons. Everyone was shocked, especially Heavenly Wolf Ancestor. At this time, he decisively fled towards Devil Mountain. The combat strength of this human had skyrocketed by 10 times in an instant. Such combat strength was enough to kill a sage to be. Where are you going? Gu Fei stretched out his hand and directly displayed the heaven-covering hand. A huge hand descended from the sky and directly smashed a demon wolf below into a cloud of blood mist. There was no suspense. Gu Fei, who had used the Heaven Ascension secret skill, displayed invincible divine might. Even a sage-to-be was not a match for him and was killed by the absolute power. Rumble. At this time, the entire Devil Mountain shook. A peerless and powerful demonic aura spread out from Devil Mountain, as if a supreme demon lord was awakening. Chapter 1637. Gu Fei displayed the secret art of ascension, and his combat strength increased tenfold. With absolute power, he killed the 2 half-step demons, shocking the other demons. Just as Gu Fei slapped old ancestor Heavenly Wolf to death, the mountain in front of him shook, and a terrifying demonic aura spread out from the mountain. Gu Fei felt his hair standing on end. This was his reaction to danger as a martial artist. Under the cover of the demonic grand formation, there was a power recovering. Could it be that the peerless demon Venerable sealed in the Devil Cave is in the mountain? Gu Fei had a feeling of fear. Although he displayed the secret art of ascension and his combat strength increased tenfold, in front of this demonic power, he felt that he was not much stronger than an ant. Let's go. Gu Fei was very decisive. He still knew about the legend of the Eastern Region Devil Cave. In the depths of the earth, there was a peerless demon Venerable sealed in the ancient times. In the Devil Cave, only the power of the demon Venerable could threaten him. The rumor that the peerless demon Venerable had not completely broken free was also confirmed. Otherwise, if the peerless demon Venerable had really broken free, he would have jumped out long ago after causing such a huge commotion while fighting the two demon Venerables here. Taking advantage of the time limit of the secret art of ascension, Gu Fei directly retreated back the way he came. No one dared to stop him. One should know that he had just killed two half-step demons. Although there were many powerful existences among the demons present, these experts knew their own strength. No matter how strong they were, they could not be stronger than the two half-step demons. Swish! With just a few steps, Gu Fei's figure disappeared completely. Under the state of the Ascension secret technique, he displayed the world's fastest speed, perhaps in the entire mortal world. Besides the sovereigns of the few forbidden lands, no one could catch up to him. Not long after Gu Fei retreated, a demonic shadow appeared on the peak of the Devil Mountain. When the demonic shadow appeared, all the demons in the entire Devil Cave prostrated in fear, kneeling in the direction of the Devil Mountain as if they were worshipping the supreme demon Venerable. A supreme demonic aura pervaded the entire Devil Cave. At this time, Gu Fei had already rushed out of the Devil's Den, but he still felt that terrifying demonic aura. Peerless fiendish demon, Gu Fei muttered to himself. He didn't stay any longer and directly left the range of the Devil's Den. This was an existence that was strong enough to contend with the supreme beings of the mortal world. After this battle, the originally restless demons calmed down again. The demons couldn't ignore the fact that a peerless powerhouse had appeared in the human race. After all, two of their great demons had died in the hands of this human race powerhouse. The two semi-sage demons were the confidence of the demons. Originally, with such strength, the demons would definitely be able to kill their way out of the Devil Cave and fight against the Dongfang family and the primordial Zhao family. However, at this time, the demons weren't thinking about attacking the two major forces of the Eastern region. Instead, they were closely monitoring the movements of the human race. The Eastern region Devil Cave was sealed by the supreme demonic marks. Although Gu Fei was fighting against the semi-sage demons in the Devil's Den, the people in the outside world didn't feel anything strange. Gu Fei returned to his inner world. He Tian was still refining the drop of immortal god liquid. This guy benefited from a disaster. With the help of the immortal god liquid, his cultivation base might rise to another level. Gu Zhong, who was thrown into the killing array by He Tian to temper himself, also calmed down. He used the power of the killing array to temper himself, using this extreme method to improve his cultivation base and combat strength. After a series of battles, Gu Fei's cultivation base had stabilized at the 6th heavenly layer. I'm still too weak. Gu Fei sat cross-legged on the top of a mountain and let out a long sigh. Although he could compete with the semi-sage now, compared to the worldly supremes in the forbidden areas of the human world, he was at best a little stronger than an ant. He wanted to become stronger as soon as possible, but the path of cultivation was difficult to achieve in a short period of time. Strength needed to be accumulated over time, and it was not something that could be improved overnight. I wonder how Shaoqing and the others are doing in the heaven realm. Gu Fei couldn't help but think of Shaoqing and the others. They should be doing well in the heaven realm. After all, they had the old turtle to take care of them, and the old turtle had the supreme demon weapon Tai Huang seal. In the heaven realm, there weren't many people who dared to provoke the old turtle. How many of my former fellow disciples survived? Gu Fei returned to the human world because he wanted to find those missing fellow disciples. When he returned to the Dragon Valley that day, he didn't see the bodies of the important figures of the Taishan sect. Zhao Ziru and the others were most likely still alive. The Dongfang family and the Zhao family of the ancients. On the top of the mountain, Gu Fei's eyes gradually became fierce. Since he had already made a trip to the Devil's Den, it was time to visit these two families. Gu Fei's thinking was very simple. He would repay kindness with kindness and take revenge with hatred. The hatred of the destruction of the family couldn't be let go just like that. Even if he killed until rivers of blood flowed, he would seek justice. With the breakthrough of his cultivation, Gu Fei no longer needed to hide. This time, he wanted to openly kill his way to the door. So what if they were the forces of the ancients? Could they be stronger than the great demons in the Devil's Den? Swish! Gu Fei's figure directly disappeared from the mountain peak. A few days later, a figure appeared outside the divine city of the Zhao family of the ancients. This was an ancient divine city that floated high in the sky. It was connected to the chi of the earth below and the power of the stars above. The entire divine city showed a great atmosphere. Who are you? How dare you break in here? At the gate of the divine city, there were two soldiers dressed in divine armor guarding. When they saw Gu Fei approaching, one of the middle-aged soldiers immediately took a step forward and shouted at Gu Fei. Hand over those who attacked the Taishan sect back then. Gu Fei couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with these soldiers and directly stated his purpose. Only those who participated in the destruction of the people of the Taishan sect back then would know what happened in the Dragon Valley back then. I don't know what you're talking about. Hurry up and get lost. Don't you know where you are? The soldier was very impatient. At this time, Gu Fei didn't release a powerful aura, so the soldier guarding the city thought that Gu Fei was here to cause trouble. Daring to be so presumptuous in the Zhao family of the ancients, this guy was simply tired of living. Slap. At this time, Gu Fei waved his right hand and directly slapped the soldier in the face, causing blood to flow from the soldier's mouth. The left side of the soldier's face immediately swelled up. Wah! The soldier opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. In the blood, there were more than a dozen teeth, which shocked and angered the soldier. Clang! Another soldier directly pulled out the divine sword in his hand and pressed towards Gu Fei. Chapter 1638. The place where the Zhao family of the antiquity was located had a grand atmosphere. The divine city of the Zhao family was connected to the chi of the nine heavens and the power of the earth. It was as if it had existed since the beginning of the world. Kanzi. Although such a divine city was not the only one in the world, it was still rare. At this time, outside the divine city of the Zhao family, Gu Fei's slap almost knocked out a soldier's teeth. The soldier fell sideways. You dare to cause trouble here? You're courting death. With a clang, the other soldier unsheathed the long sword at his waist and pressed towards Gu Fei. A murderous aura emanated from the soldier's body. This was not an ordinary soldier, but an immortal soldier who had been on the battlefield. Otherwise, it would be impossible for this immortal soldier to condense such a murderous aura. The soldiers guarding the gate of the Zhao family of the antiquity were also immortal soldiers. Only a force like the Zhao family of the antiquity could do so. Such a force had an incomparably deep foundation. Humph! Gu Fei directly ignored the immortal soldier who was rushing towards him. In front of him, an immortal soldier was not much stronger than an ant. He could kill a large number of them with a single slap. A silhouette flew up from the city gate and then smashed into the city gate. The Zhao clan members in the divine city were instantly shocked, and they immediately shouted out, "How dare you? This is not a place for you to behave atrociously." A loud shout came from the gate, and then a person walked out. It was a middle-aged man who was wearing a divine armor. His murderous aura was more than 10 times stronger than the two immortal soldiers guarding the gate. Immortal Emperor? After seeing this middle-aged man, Gu Fei couldn't help but smile. Finally, a decent person appeared. An immortal emperor in the celestial realm. Although it was not rare in the human world, he was still an expert. The middle-aged divine general was followed by a group of immortal soldiers. There were dozens of them, and an astonishing murderous aura rushed towards him. Gu Fei couldn't help but frown. Hand over the people who attacked the supreme mystery sect. Gu Fei replied calmly, as he watched the middle-aged immortal general walking towards him without any nervousness. The middle-aged divine general was astonished to see Gu Fei's calmness. It should be noted that this was the primordial Zhao clan's territory. Was this person a peerless expert? At the thought of this, the middle-aged general's heart trembled. If this person was really strong enough to ignore the Zhao family of the ancients, then the Zhao family of the ancients would be in deep trouble today. What did you say? 100 years ago, there was a Taishan sect in the eastern region, but it has long since disappeared. Do you suspect that it was my Zhao family who destroyed the Taishan sect? The middle-aged immortal general stood still in front of Gu Fei as he stared at Gu Fei and said, 100 years ago, the Taishan sect in the eastern domain was just a small sect in the eyes of the Zhao family of the ancient ancients. How could it compare to the ancient ancients? There was no need for the primordial Zhao clan to attack such a small sect. Since that was the case, there was nothing more to say. As he spoke, a powerful battle intent emanated from Gu Fei's body, and his eyes sharpened. Did he want to fight against the entire Zhao clan by himself? The middle-aged immortal general felt the battle intent from Gu Fei and couldn't help but change his expression. This person was actually going to attack. This was not a good thing. He had a bad feeling. Was the Zhao family of the ancients really that great? Gu Fei smiled, then directly extended his right hand and pushed forward. Rumble. A gust of wind and thunder sounded. The palm that Gu Fei pushed forward actually shook the entire void in front of him. The powerful force almost made the immortal general breathless. The middle-aged immortal general didn't expect Gu Fei to actually dare to attack. A powerful force came from the front, and then his body was sent flying backward. The dozens of immortal soldiers behind him, without exception, were all sent flying backward, smashing into the city from outside the gate. There was chaos inside the city. Celestial being immortal emperors were still not enough in front of Gu Fei. Soon, the news of someone blocking the entrance of the divine city spread in the Zhao clan. The entire Zhao clan was shaken, and the experts of the clan were infuriated. This fellow was really tired of living. Very soon, a furious roar came from the depths of the divine city. A figure soared into the sky and flew towards the city gate. A powerful chi appeared in the sky above the divine city. It actually alarmed the elders of the clan. Could the person blocking the city gate be a pinnacle almighty? I heard that even the divine wind general suffered a great loss in the hands of that person. The divine wind general was a ninth heaven immortal emperor battle general. Not everyone in the divine city of the Zhao clan was a cultivator, but everyone in the city was a clansman of the Zhao clan. All of them had the surname Zhao. Not everyone in the primordial Zhao clan could become a cultivator. Almighty? At this moment, Gu Fei, who was sitting cross-legged outside the city gate, opened his eyes. A figure appeared in his line of sight. It was a white-haired youth, an old monster. When Gu Fei sensed the powerful chi on the white-haired youth, he knew that this guy was definitely an antique who had lived for countless years. An antique-level existence was difficult to disguise. The marks of time were difficult to erase. An antique who had lived for countless years naturally had indelible marks left behind by time. His eyes revealed the vicissitudes of life. Who are you? When the white-haired youth saw Gu Fei, he immediately showed a serious expression. His intuition told him that this person was very dangerous. This was an extremely powerful person. Hand over the person who attacked the Taishan sect. Gu Fei just glanced at the white-haired youth and said the same thing. What are you talking about? The Taishan sect? I've never heard of it. The white-haired youth was stunned. Was this person here for the Taishan sect that he had never heard of? Could it be that someone in the Zhao clan had attacked this sect before? Gu Fei didn't say anything else and directly attacked. The white-haired youth was shocked. This person attacked at the slightest disagreement. Did he really think that he was one of the few great forbidden areas in the world? A shocking force suddenly erupted from the white-haired youth's body. An ancient cauldron rushed out from the white-haired youth's brow and collided with the big hand in front of him. This was a powerful divine weapon, and it emitted a powerful divine might. It pressed forward, causing the void to tremble, and the ancient cauldron's runes were faintly discernible. Gu Fei's big hand slapped the ancient cauldron, and the powerful force directly slapped the ancient cauldron away. Boom! It smashed into the city wall with a loud sound. The dark city wall was not damaged in any way, and there was nothing strange about it. However, the ancient cauldron that had smashed into the city wall was broken into pieces. The white-haired youth opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. His expression immediately became weary. He couldn't believe that his own divine weapon had been smashed into pieces by a single slap. This result was difficult to accept. At this time, many cultivators of the Zhao clan had gathered near the city gate. These people were also shocked when they saw this scene. It should be known that this was an elder of the clan who had attacked. "You are so cruel." The white-haired youth's mouth was still bleeding. He took 9 steps back, and with each step, he spat out a mouthful of blood. In total, he had spat out 9 mouthfuls of blood. Far less cruel than you. Gu Fei's face was expressionless. Back then, when the Dongfang clan and the Zhao clan of the ancients joined forces to destroy the Taishan sect, their methods were 10 times more cruel than his own. "What do you want?" The white-haired youth's body swayed, and he almost fell. He was a powerful cultivator of the celestial path, and almost half of his cultivation was on the ancient cauldron. The destruction of the ancient cauldron was equivalent to cutting off a small part of his cultivation, which shook his foundation. "Hand over the people, and I will take them away." Gu Fei's words were very simple, and the purpose of his trip was also very simple. He wanted the Zhao clan of the ancients to hand over the people who had attacked the Taishan sect. Gu Fei would not let this go so easily. The Zhao clan of the ancients had to give him an explanation. Gu Fei knew that the people who had attacked the Taishan sect were probably people from the Zhao clan of the ancients. It should be known that a force like the Zhao clan of the ancients would not have used their full strength to attack the Taishan sect. Most of the higher-ups of the Zhao clan of the ancients probably did not know about this, especially the elders of the Zhao clan who had awakened from their deep slumber in the past 100 years. Damn it! The white-haired youth was shocked and angry, but his opponent was too strong. Unless he used the resources of the clan, there was really no one who could suppress this guy. The goddess was not here. Did he really have to use the resources of the clan? The white-haired youth thought about it, and finally retreated. If he did not satisfy the guy's conditions, he would probably have to go to war to suppress this guy. The higher-ups of the Zhao clan of the ancients did not want to use the resources of the clan too early, but they also did not want to surrender to Gu Fei. Thus, Gu Fei sat cross-legged outside the city gate and blocked it. He did not let anyone from the Zhao clan leave the city for 3 days and 3 nights. This kind of thing could not be hidden. Cultivators from other forces began to appear near the Zhao clan city gate. The news that the Zhao clan had been blocked for 3 days and 3 nights quickly spread. The entire eastern region was shocked. Someone had actually dared to provoke the Zhao clan like this. The powers of the ancients were incomparably strong. In the past 100 years, no one had dared to provoke them. On the morning of the 4th day, a shocking aura came from afar. This was a holy aura that shocked the heavens. Everyone felt a great deal of pressure, and they had an urge to surrender. A slender figure appeared in the distant sky, and a shocking sacred aura emanated from her body. When Gu Fei saw this person, his pupils immediately shrank. The goddess of the Zhao clan had finally appeared. This was definitely a peerless existence. Plus, Chapter 1639. The goddess of the Zhao clan finally appeared. She came back from outside and directly approached Gu Fei. A holy might filled the air, shocking the heavens. This was a proud daughter of heaven. She was stunning and had shaken the eastern domain in the past century. She was the only one in the eastern domain who could compete with Dong Huang of the Dongfang clan. Some people said that the appearance of the goddess of the Zhao clan was exactly the same as the Runhuang of the Zhao clan who had appeared in the ancient times. Some people even suspected that the goddess of the Zhao clan was the Runhuang of the ancient times. The holy might of the goddess of the Zhao clan was vast, as if the sound of the great path was resonating. This kind of atmosphere was not something that ordinary people could have. This goddess was extraordinary. And most importantly, this goddess had a divine implement on her. He had killed many people from the Zhao clan of the remote antiquity. Even the cultivators of the Zhao clan who had come with the divine pearl of Nine Yang had been killed by Gu Fei on the spot. However, No one could give Gu Fei as much pressure as the goddess of the Zhao clan. Facing this goddess was like facing an ancient emperor. Gu Fei stood up. This goddess of the Zhao clan made him feel a dangerous aura. Get lost. The goddess of the Zhao clan was extremely powerful. The holy might on her body was even stronger. Oomph! Gu Fei snorted coldly. He no longer restrained his aura. A shocking blood rushed out from the top of his head, making it seem as if there were dragons dancing above his head. The goddess of the Zhao clan felt the seemingly endless blood on Gu Fei's body. She couldn't help but become serious, and her eyes shone with a strange light. Heir of the martial ancestor? The goddess of the Zhao clan said this. Gu Fei's strength had far exceeded her expectations. No wonder this person could block the divine city of the Zhao clan for 3 days and 3 nights without anyone being able to drive him away. You are quite knowledgeable, Gu Fei said. He had not even made a move, but she could already see through his inheritance. This made him think even more highly of this goddess. Does the Zhao clan have a grudge against you? The goddess of the Zhao clan did not dare to be negligent. She put away her arrogant attitude. A successful cultivator was not someone that ordinary Runhuang could compare with. Hand over the person who attacked the supreme profound sect. Gu Fei still said the same thing. The reason he came to the Zhao family of the ancients was because of what had happened in the past. Although the Taishan sect had been destroyed, he was still a disciple of the Taishan sect. Taishan sect? The goddess of the Zhao clan revealed a puzzled expression. However, this expression only flashed across her face for a moment before turning cold. She was an icy beauty. Although she had a peerless appearance, her entire being was cold, giving off a feeling that no one could approach her. At this time, almost everyone in the Zhao family knew the name of the Taishan sect. Someone had come to the Zhao family for the Taishan sect that had suddenly disappeared 100 years ago. Those who had attacked back then were already terrified. If it weren't for Gu Fei blocking the city gates and not allowing anyone to come out, they would have already fled for their lives. Back then, the primordial Zhao family was very powerful. They chose to join forces with the Dongfang family to break through the Dragon Valley and destroy the supreme profound sect. This matter had passed for nearly 100 years. Those who had attacked back then had long forgotten about it. It must be known that in their eyes, the supreme profound sect was nothing more than a small sect. For a colossus like the Zhao family of the primordial era, destroying a few small sects would be as easy as a sesame seed. However, this time, the Zhao family had miscalculated. They never thought that after 100 years, someone would come to help the supreme profound sect. Recently, the Zhao family of the ancients had been hit hard, and even one of their holy weapons had been destroyed. Could it be that all of this was related to this matter? In the Zhao family of the ancients, some people had already thought about what had happened recently. A peerless cultivator had suddenly appeared and specifically attacked the Zhao family of the ancients and the Dongfang family. Having one of their holy weapons destroyed was also a major loss for the Zhao family of the ancients. It must be known that even a superforce like the Zhao family of the ancients only had a few perfect holy weapons. The Runhuang divine weapon could not be used. This was the greatest treasure of the Zhao family of the ancients. Hand over those people, and I will turn around and leave. Gu Fei's tone was very firm. What if I don't hand them over? A sneer appeared on the expressionless face of the goddess of the Zhao family. As the goddess of the Zhao family, how could she do whatever others said? Although the cultivators who had succeeded in their cultivation were powerful, the goddess of the Zhao family wanted to fight. In the great world of the human world, cultivators were extinct. It was not easy to meet one, and it would be a pity if she did not fight. A shocking battle intent rushed out from the goddess of the Zhao family. A terrible aura instantly locked onto Gu Fei. You want to fight? Gu Fei's voice was still calm. Since his debut, he had never been afraid of anyone. Even when facing the demon ancestor, it was the same. Even if the goddess of the Zhao family was really an ancient Renhuang, she was definitely not comparable to the real demon ancestor. If I lose, I will hand them over to you. If you lose, all the grievances between you and the Zhao family will be written off, and you will become a slave of the Zhao family for 100 years. The goddess of the Zhao family stared at Gu Fei and said such words, a slave for 100 years? When Gu Fei heard this, He could not help but frown. Are you afraid? If you are afraid, then get out of my sight. The voice of the goddess of the Zhao family was as cold as her expression, and her eyes were extremely sharp, giving off a feeling of sharpness. I, Gu Fei, have never been afraid of anyone. I will make this bet with you. The battle intent on Gu Fei's body also erupted, sweeping through the sky and earth, shocking everyone. At this moment, Gu Fei was like an ancient god of war descending to the human world. Rumble. The powerful pressure of a sixth-tier power made the void where Gu Fei was standing tremble. Streams of blood and qi surrounded him, and the martial arts' true power quickly circulated in his body. He is Gu Fei? Some of the strong cultivators in the distance heard Gu Fei's words, and they all looked surprised. The name Gu Fei was not unfamiliar in the eastern region 100 years ago. Could it be that the person from the Taishan sect is back? Some of the strong cultivators of the eastern region also appeared in the distant sky at this time. The news that Gu Fei had blocked the Zhao family of the barons for 3 days and 3 nights had already spread. Someone had actually attacked the Zhao family of the barons. This was definitely a major event that shook the entire eastern region. In the distant sky, many of the strong cultivators who had submitted to the Dongfang family arrived. When these people learned that the person who had blocked the Zhao family of the barons for 3 days and 3 nights was Gu Fei, they were all extremely shocked. This time, not only the Zhao family of the barons, but also the Dongfang family will be in big trouble. Many people knew about the grievances between Gu Fei and the Dongfang family. When the Taishan sect was destroyed, this matter was led by the people of the Dongfang family. Someone immediately left to report to the Dongfang family. Not long ago, Gu Fei had killed the strong cultivator of the Dongfang family, Dongfang Yuan. Dongfang Yuan was the city lord of the East Imperial City, a hero of the region, but he had been killed. The Dongfang family had already sent out strong cultivators with holy weapons to kill Gu Fei, but no one had thought that Gu Fei would dare to come to the Zhao family of the barons. Whoosh! At this time, a blazing divine light suddenly rushed out from the body of the goddess of the Zhao family, piercing towards Gu Fei, and a terrifying holy power erupted. This was a kind of pressure that surpassed all living beings, like the ruler of the world looking down at the ants under his feet. The power of the saint level had already surpassed the scope of the world. Even the laws of the world could not suppress the power of the saint level. The goddess of the Zhao family used such power as soon as she attacked. Moreover, this power did not belong to her, but was borrowed from her. The divine light pierced through in an instant. Gu Fei used the 8 desolation void steps and rushed into the sky, dodging the divine light, and then arrived above the head of the goddess of the Zhao family. Boom! He directly stomped down on the head of the goddess of the Zhao family, and a terrifying power came down from under his feet, shattering the void. Divine laws of the Great Path emerged. This was the first step of the 8 steps, 8 kills. Good. In the face of Gu Fei's fierce counterattack, the goddess of the Zhao family secretly applauded. Only at this level was it worthy of her to attack. The combat power of a cultivator should not be underestimated. Bam! The Zhao clan's goddess immediately punched upwards. Countless Dao patterns rushed out from her fist and interweaved into a huge fist that was like a mountain. It emitted endless powerful waves as it met Gu Fei's descending right foot. Boom! The two forces collided in an instant. The destructive force from Gu Fei's right foot was actually blocked. The strength of the Zhao clan's goddess was incomparably powerful. She was actually able to fight head-on against Gu Fei without falling into a disadvantageous position. Such an ending surprised even Gu Fei. Boom, boom, boom. The whole world was shaken by the destructive power that swept in all directions, and in the void, a pitch-black void crack appeared. Chaotic air seeped out from these void cracks. The giant fist that the goddess of the Zhao family formed with intertwining patterns dissipated in the void, and the power of the 8 kill steps that Gu Fei had displayed was cancelled out. Gu Fei was sent flying high into the sky, and the body of the goddess of the Zhao family sank thousands of feet down. At this time, the defensive matrix of the Zhao family's divine city had already been activated, and countless patterns rushed out from all over the divine city, intertwining into a huge matrix that enveloped the entire divine city. Kill! Gu Fei roared. and directly turned into a beam of light, displaying the world's fastest speed. He fiercely swooped down from the sky, and a terrifying murderous aura appeared between heaven and earth, causing the sky and earth to change color. "Return to nature," the goddess of the Zhao family shouted, and her hands danced in front of her. Every trajectory was a kind of Tao law. She was displaying a supreme technique, and an unfathomable power spread out from her hands. The whole world seemed to be returning to chaos, and a terrifying power surged towards Gu Fei. This was a terrifying power that seemed to be able to assimilate people with the void. Gu Fei only felt that the blood in his body began to leak out, and then it melted into the void around him. What? This time, Gu Fei was really shocked. Chapter 1640. Return to Truth. The goddess of the Zhao clan displayed her supreme technique. A strange power instantly enveloped Gu Fei. Then, streams of essence qi began to escape from Gu Fei's body and dissipate into the void. Gu Fei was shocked. This kind of great technique could actually activate the essence qi in his body. This was something that had never happened before. Even the all-transformation demonic art created by the Supreme Demon Lord in the Eastern Demon Lair did not have such power. Could this kind of great technique be even more powerful than the all-transformation demonic art? Roar. Gu Fei stopped in the void. With a roar, his long hair danced in the wind. Divine patterns of the Great Path began to appear on his body. They interweaved with the power of the Great Path and sealed his own essence qi. The essence qi that leaked out immediately stopped. It was completely sealed by the Tao patterns in his body and no longer leaked out. This made Gu Fei secretly heave a sigh of relief. What? The goddess of the Zhao clan frowned. The source power of a cultivator was extremely stable. He had actually imprinted the Tao patterns in his body and refined his entire body like a divine weapon. Could this be the secret of achieving sainthood through the physical body? Die. Gu Fei used the Tao patterns to seal his body. His essence qi no longer leaked out. Martial true power surged in his body. He punched out. The violent power did not rush out from his fist. Instead, the void in front of his fist trembled. Ripples of the void visible to the naked eye spread out in all directions with Gu Fei's fist as the center. This was not a Tao technique, nor was it a divine technique. However, the power it displayed was even more terrifying than Tao techniques and divine techniques. 3,000 realms. The goddess of the Zhao clan faced Gu Fei's ferocious punch. She simply extended her right hand and pointed a finger forward. A spot of divine light rushed out from the tip of her finger and exploded. Not a single speck of godly light shot into the void. After that, a series of black holes appeared in front of Gu Fei. Each of these black holes seemed to be connected to a different world as a terrifying aura emanated from them. Numerous black holes appeared around Gu Fei, trapping Gu Fei. All directions were blocked. Gu Fei's punch was blocked by a black hole. Boom! A loud explosion rang out, as though an entire world had been destroyed. Gu Fei's unparalleled martial arts strength directly smashed a black hole, and a destructive force swept across the sky. It's really the 3,000 worlds? Gu Fei's mind was shaken. This type of great technique was formidable. Even though it didn't truly produce 3,000 worlds, these 3,000 black holes were still incomparably terrifying. Layers of black holes surrounded Gu Fei. Each of the black holes was emitting a terrifying power of the world. Even a half-step saint would be obliterated by such power. Watch as I break your 3,000 worlds. Gu Fei's battle intent was like the eruption of 100,000 volcanoes, terrifying to the heavens. He continuously punched out with his fists, exploding one black hole after another. The destructive power couldn't cause any harm to him at all. Rumble. The entire world was shaking. The 3,000 black holes filled every corner of the world, alarming every cultivator who was watching the battle from afar. This type of great technique was too terrifying. However, even such a great technique couldn't trap Gu Fei. Powerful energy waves emanated from the black holes. Even the 3,000 worlds can't trap you? At this time, even the goddess of the Zhao clan was moved. Gu Fei's strength far exceeded her imagination. For successful cultivators, invincible in the same realm, wasn't just empty words. The goddess of the Zhao clan's body was vast and mighty. She controlled the 3,000 worlds, which required a great deal of immortal Tao energy. Moreover, even with her cultivation, it was still difficult for her to truly display the power of such a great technique. Boom! Within the 3,000 black holes, Gu Fei was ferocious to the extreme. He punched out again and again. With each punch, a black hole would inevitably explode. These 3,000 black holes contained a strand of world energy. This was the source of this great technique. If this technique was cultivated to the grand completion level, these 3,000 black holes would most likely evolve into the true 3,000 worlds. On Gu Fei's fists, chaotic true force unceasingly spread out. It was as if he was splitting the world apart, causing the world to turn into the most primitive state of chaos. The power of the 3,000 worlds was weakened. The goddess of the Zhao clan was affected as her Tao energy began to fade. This great technique couldn't be maintained for long because her cultivation and strength weren't enough. If she forced herself to use this technique, she would suffer a backlash from the 3,000 worlds if she wasn't careful. Rumble, the goddess of the Zhao clan, drew upon the power of her saint weapon. Immortal Tao runes condensed on her hands and were then shot into the 3,000 black holes. With the support of the saint weapon, the 3,000 worlds were evolving. It was as if the 3,000 worlds were evolving as well. The world energy within them erupted, and the destructive power swept towards Gu Fei. This was a great apocalypse. Under the support of saint-level power, the power of the 3,000 worlds was raised to the limit by the goddess of the Zhao clan. Countless dragon-like primal chaos divine light rushed out of the 3,000 worlds, killing everything in its path. In the void, immortal Tao runes appeared, drawing upon the power of the heaven and earth. Everyone was stunned by this scene. Chapter 1641. Boom! The goddess of the Zhao clan displayed her supreme technique, manifesting the 3,000 worlds in an attempt to obliterate Gu Fei. However, Gu Fei also had a trump card. He used one of the 9 secrets of the immortal path, the Heaven Ascension secret art. His battle prowess instantly increased by 10 times. Such a powerful force spread out from Gu Fei's body, causing the entire world to tremble. With just one punch, he had smashed a hole in the 3,000 worlds technique. Swoosh! He displayed his fastest speed and charged out from the gap in the 3,000 worlds technique. He then charged towards the goddess of the Zhao clan. His monstrous killing intent caused the sky to change color. Heaven's shrouding hand, a beautiful hero of the chaotic world. Gu Fei roared and slammed his right hand towards the goddess of the Zhao clan. His palm grew infinitely larger, instantly enveloping the entire sky. The incomparably huge palm emanated a terrifying fluctuation that caused the hearts of the experts present to palpitate. Tao runes interweaved on the palm, condensing the power of the Tao and circulating the rhythm of the Tao. This was definitely a power that was infinitely close to that of a demi-saint. Even an ordinary half-saint would not be able to withstand this attack from Gu Fei. The space below the palm directly shattered. The pitch-black spatial cracks were like bolts of black lightning, spreading in all directions. All the experts who were watching the battle from afar paled, and then hurriedly dodged. Swoosh! A huge spatial crack the size of a mountain instantly flashed by. Several figures were instantly devoured by the spatial crack and disappeared without a trace. Seeing this scene, everyone felt their hearts skip a beat. This was a spatial crack. If one was devoured by it, they would definitely die. Even supreme experts with holy weapons would be lost in the chaotic void if they were devoured by a spatial crack, even if they didn't die. It's one of the 9 secrets of the immortal path. The eyes of the goddess of the Zhao clan shone brightly. She was both surprised and overjoyed. Only one of the 9 secrets of the immortal path, the Heaven Ascension secret art, could instantly increase Gu Fei's battle prowess to such a degree. I can't let this guy go. The eyes of the goddess of the Zhao clan became extremely sharp. She rushed into the sky, and a divine light shone from her body, enveloping her. Then, she directly collided with the giant hand that slammed down from the sky. Boom! Immortal of crafts. There was a loud noise, and the entire void seemed to be collapsing. Countless divine lights of the Great Path rushed out from the goddess of the Zhao clan and shook Gu Fei's sky-covering hand. The divine light of the Great Path that rushed out from the goddess of the Zhao clan was like a peerless divine sword. They contained divine power and pierced through Gu Fei's sky-covering hand. So he's finally using his saint weapon? Gu Fei frowned. In the end, his opponent still used this kind of power. At the same time, an ancient mirror appeared above the goddess of the Zhao clan. The surface of the mirror shone with a myriad of divine lights, completely breaking through Gu Fei's sky-covering hand. Buzz! The ancient mirror shook, and a divine light rushed out from the surface, instantly enveloping Gu Fei. Then, it sucked Gu Fei into the divine mirror and sealed him. This was a saint weapon of the Zhao clan of the ancients. It could emit destructive divine light, and it could also imprison people in the mirror. Everyone watching the battle from afar was dumbfounded when they saw this scene. Such a powerful cultivator was sealed by the divine mirror, just like that? This was too sudden. A look of joy appeared on the face of the goddess of the Zhao clan. The 9 secrets of the immortal path. The goddess of the Zhao clan muttered to herself. This was an unparalleled great technique created by the Supreme Great Elder. In ancient times, the 9 secrets of the immortal path were known as undefeatable great techniques. If the Zhao clan of the ancients could obtain this secret technique, then in this great era, the strength of the Zhao clan would definitely increase greatly. In this great era, strength was the most important thing. Only with great strength could one go further than others, and even fight for the opportunity to become a saint in this era. In this great era, there were many strong cultivators. All kinds of lost inheritances surfaced, and all kinds of rare constitutions appeared. This was destined to be a grand event. Someone prophesied that in this great era, someone would become a saint. At this time, Gu Fei, who was sucked into the ancient mirror, encountered the greatest danger of his life. This divine mirror was a saint weapon, and he was sealed in a strange void where he couldn't reach the sky or the earth. Divine chains formed from the Tao patterns of the Great Path wrapped around him tightly. There was no end to each of the divine chains as they disappeared into the void. Tao patterns kept appearing in the void, intertwining with each other. A terrifying saintly might filled the void, shocking the heavens. It was incomparably terrifying. Could this be the void within the mirror? Gu Fei was sealed in the void, but he wasn't anxious, nor did he panic. The other party didn't seem to want to kill him and had other intentions. Hand over the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, and I'll spare your life. The voice of the Zhao clan's goddess rang out in the void. It was so loud that it shook Gu Fei's soul, making him feel an immense pressure. So you want the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao? Gu Fei suddenly understood. This Zhao clan's goddess must have seen through the secret art he used to ascend to the heavens. She must be up to no good if she wanted this supreme secret art. Live or die, you decide. The voice of the Zhao clan's goddess rang out again. As far as she was concerned, her opponent's life was already in her hands. There was no room for negotiation. I want to live. Gu Fei sneered. Although he was temporarily imprisoned, he hadn't even used his greatest trump card yet. Did she really think she could seal him like this? Then hand over the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, the great Earth City. The voice of the Zhao clan's goddess trembled. The 9 secrets of the immortal Tao was a supreme secret art that could make immortal cultivators go crazy. If she could obtain this secret art, her cultivation and strength would definitely increase greatly. If she could obtain the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, Donghuang would be nothing. His combat ability would increase tenfold. The Zhao clan's goddess was confident that she could trample Donghuang under her feet and become invincible in the eastern domain. But I don't want to hand over the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao to you. Gu Fei smiled as he said this. The Zhao clan's goddess couldn't help but be angry. This guy was too despicable. If she didn't show him how powerful she was, did he really think that she couldn't deal with him? As she thought about it, the divine chains of the Great Path wrapped around Gu Fei's body made a clanging sound. Divine patterns of the Great Path appeared on the divine chains, and a nearly transparent divine fire appeared on the divine chains. When Gu Fei saw this divine fire, his expression changed immediately. This was a type of fire of the way. Not only could it burn one's flesh, but it could also burn one's primordial spirit. As long as one was burned by this kind of fire, their body and soul would be destroyed. Nothing would be left. Roar. Under the burning of the fire of the way, Gu Fei let out a series of angry roars. Divine patterns of the great path appeared on his body as he tried to resist the fire of the way. However, the power of the divine mirror came from all directions, suppressing the power that was awakening in his body. How dare you? You forced me to do this. Gu Fei made up his mind and was about to use the divine weapon of the great path. Then, a beam of divine light shot out from between his eyebrows. Within the divine light was a simple divine sword. Chapter 1642. The battle between Gu Fei and the goddess of the Zhao clan was a fierce and intense battle. The goddess of the Zhao clan displayed a great technique that intimidated all the spectating experts. The Zhao family had a goddess, and the Eastern family had Donghuang. The goddess of the Zhao family had the cultivation and strength to contend with Donghuang. This wasn't a lie, but the two had never fought before. Many people were looking forward to a battle between the two, but the primordial Zhao family and the Eastern family had already formed an alliance. A battle between two rising stars would most likely never happen. But today, the experts of the Eastern region had finally seen the goddess power. Even Gu Fei, who had killed the city lord of Donghuang City, had been sealed by her. The performance of the goddess of the Zhao clan was shocking. Such cultivation and strength were enough to shake the #1 throne of the Royal Eastern region. But unfortunately, the two great experts had never fought before. It was hard to say who was the #1 in the Eastern region. At this time, Gu Fei was sealed in the divine mirror. The goddess of the Zhao family wanted to obtain the 9 secrets of the immortal path. She didn't hesitate to use flames of the way to burn Gu Fei. Roar. Gu Fei felt his soul tremble. This kind of flames of the way was very terrifying. If he was burned, no matter how strong his martial body was, he would probably be turned to ash. Strands of translucent flames had Tao patterns faintly visible. They followed the dozen chains of the great Tao around Gu Fei and burned towards Gu Fei. You've already lost. As long as you agree to hand over the 9 secrets of the immortal path, you won't have to be a slave of the Zhao family for 100 years. I've lost? Haha. Gu Fei laughed as if he had heard the funniest thing in the world. His body began to emit a terrifying aura. Rumble. The entire space shook as a terrifying power emanated from Gu Fei's body. Even the slightest fluctuation was enough to make the space almost collapse. Clang. The chains of the great Tao around Gu Fei's body shook and actually showed signs of dissipating. What? The voice of the Zhao family's goddess rang out. Her voice was incomparably shocked. She never would have thought that under such circumstances, Gu Fei could still resist. This was simply unbelievable. One should know that this heavenly Tao mirror was one of the trump cards of the Zhao clan of the ancients. It was a great saint weapon, second only to the human emperor divine weapon. Even with the cultivation of the Zhao clan's goddess, it was difficult for her to make this great saint artifact display even a 10,000th of its divine might. This Gu Fei was sealed in the divine mirror's internal space, but he still had the ability to resist. Could it be that he was a supreme great saint? The primordial Zhao clan had been passed down for countless years. They had once produced an invincible emperor second only to the extreme Tao supremes. This clan knew many great secrets of the world. There was no lack of saints in the ancient times, or even the distant ancient times. It was impossible for all of them to have perished. There must have been some who had survived. However, after the destruction of the primordial world, saint-level existences suddenly disappeared. Many of the old-timers were convinced that the vanished saints would return one day. At that time, they would be the rulers of the world. The human world was an opportunity to become a saint. No one was willing to miss it, especially those old-timers who had lived to this day. At this time, the Zhao clan's goddess couldn't help but recall some of the rumors from the ancient times. Many saints had sealed their cultivation to play around in the human world. A few thoughts flashed through the Zhao clan's goddess mind. Gu Fei's terrifying aura, which could make one's soul tremble, was becoming stronger and stronger. She felt uneasy. You forced me to do this. Roar. Gu Fei raised his head to the sky and roared. His eyes shone with a resplendent divine light. Like two bolts of lightning, a beam of violet light shot out from between his brows. How is this possible? The Zhao clan's goddess's voice rang out once more. This time, her voice was trembling. This fellow actually cultivated a nascent spirit, and it was incomparably powerful. How could a descendant of the martial ancestor cultivate a nascent spirit? This was beyond the Zhao clan's goddess's understanding. One had to know that the martial ancestor's bloodline only cultivated the martial body. That was the supreme way to achieve the Tao with the physical body. There was no need to cultivate a nascent spirit. However, what shocked the Zhao clan's goddess was that the divine light that shot out from between Gu Fei's brows did not contain a nascent spirit, but an ancient sword. This was an ordinary ancient sword that did not attract anyone's attention. However, as soon as it appeared, the Zhao clan's goddess, who was outside the divine mirror, trembled. Buzz. The ancient sword vibrated. Then, driven by the power of Gu Fei's nascent spirit, it slashed at the divine chains of the great path wrapped around him, completely ignoring the saint-level power in this space. This was the space inside the divine mirror, and there was a saint-level sealing power. Even if a saint was sealed here, it would be absolutely difficult for him to escape. Moreover, Gu Fei was not a saint. In the Zhao clan's goddess's eyes, Gu Fei, who was sealed inside the divine mirror, was undoubtedly a piece of meat on the chopping block. She could cut him however she wanted. However, the appearance of this ancient sword was a variable. Clang. Wherever the edge of the ancient sword passed, a few of the divine chains of the great path wrapped around Gu Fei's body were immediately cut and dissipated in the void. What? The Zhao clan's goddess was truly shocked. Everything inside the divine mirror was under her control, and she could sense everything that was happening inside. What kind of sword is this? It can actually cut the divine chains of the great path condensed by a great saint tool. Even if this ancient sword is also a great saint tool, it does not have such power. The Zhao clan's goddess felt more and more uneasy. The clanging sounds continued, and the divine chains of the great path wrapped around Gu Fei's body were continuously cut by the ancient sword. Then, they dissipated in the void. In the end, all the divine chains of the great path were cut by the ancient sword, and Gu Fei broke free. He grabbed the ancient sword in his hand, and a wave of sword qi, which was not very powerful, spread out from the ancient sword, blocking the surrounding saint-level sealing power. Could it be that in your hand is, at this time, the Zhao clan's goddess was already dumbfounded. She sat cross-legged high in the sky, and the divine mirror was suspended in front of her. Divine patterns of the great path lingered above the divine mirror. Everyone thought that the Zhao clan's goddess was driving the divine mirror to refine Gu Fei, who was sealed inside, but no one thought that she could not hurt Gu Fei at all. The Zhao clan's people in the Zhao clan's divine city all breathed a sigh of relief. That madman had finally been sealed, especially those who had attacked the Taishan sect. They were surprised and happy at the same time. Gu Fei, the big trouble, had been eliminated. Of course, there were not many people from the Zhao clan who had attacked the Tianxian sect back then. These people were all glad that Gu Fei had been sealed in the divine mirror by the Zhao clan's goddess. He was definitely going to die. Chapter 1643. Just when everyone thought that Gu Fei was dead for sure, the goddess of the Zhao clan, who was high up in the sky, had a grave expression on her face. The power of the great path surged throughout her body. KNZ, what was going on? Someone noticed that the goddess of the Zhao clan was acting strangely. She was channeling the power of the great path with all her might. It was as if a god of the great path had descended into the world. Strands of laws of the great path lingered around her body. Could it be that something had happened? The divine city of the Zhao clan was completely silent. All the members of the Zhao clan were paying close attention. One must know that the goddess was the pride of their clan. Everyone believed that the goddess was definitely stronger than Donghuang. What number one in the eastern region? It was all bullshit in front of the goddess. Could it be that Gu Fei didn't die? Someone thought of something, and couldn't help but be shocked to the extreme. He was sealed by a great Saint Tool, but he still didn't die? That was absolutely impossible. The group of Zhao family clansmen in the Zhao family divine city was even more uneasy. Good heavens! Divine runes of the Great Path rushed out from the goddess of the Zhao clan. All of the runes landed on the divine mirror in front of her. She was using a restrictive spell to completely awaken the divine mirror. A powerful saint-tier aura filled the 9 heavens, intimidating all living beings within a radius of 100,000 miles. This was a supreme saint-tier aura that caused all living beings to tremble. The experts in the distant sky did not leave. Everyone wanted to know the result. At this moment, a supreme holy aura spread out from the divine mirror. All the experts in the sky had no choice but to retreat further away. Saintly might represented invincibility in the human realm. In the mortal realm where the sages were extinct, no one would dare to provoke a major power that possessed a flawless sacred weapon. This kind of power was too powerful. Just as the goddess of the Zhao family wanted to completely awaken the divine mirror, Gu Fei did not idle around in the space within the divine mirror. He held the purple gold divine sword in his hand and directly slashed out. A transparent sword wave rushed out from the purple gold divine sword and directly tore through the void. It was just a sword wave, but it had cut a long hole in the space inside the great sage tool. The aura of the outside world had entered through the hole. Just as Gu Fei's sword broke through the interior of the divine mirror, a crack appeared on the surface of the divine mirror and the Zhao family's goddess was sent flying. This great sage tool felt threatened and awakened on its own. A terrifying great sage might spread throughout the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Even the Zhao clan's divine city was affected and shook. In the distant sky, many powerhouses fell from the sky. This was the might of a great sage, and no one could withstand it. All living beings within a radius of 1,000,000 miles were terrified. All of them prostrated on the ground and kowtowed in the direction of the great sage might. The Zhao family's goddess suffered an impact and spat out a mouthful of blood. Her expression immediately became weary. She never thought that Gu Fei would actually break the seal of the divine mirror and escape. The divine mirror trembled, and endless ancient Tao patterns lingered. The entire world was collapsing, and all the cultivators prostrated on the ground. Even the Zhao family members in the Zhao family's divine city were no exception. The aura of a great sage appeared between the heavens and the earth, shaking the world in all directions. Something had happened to the Zhao family of the desolate antiquity. Several powerful divine senses probed from other regions. They were not afraid of the great sage might and sensed everything that was happening here. The great change that happened to the Zhao family had alarmed the peerless figures of the human realm. The divine mirror was damaged, and Gu Fei rushed out from the space inside the divine mirror. He had the purple gold divine sword to protect him. Even the great sage might could not harm him at all. This was the horror of an extreme saint weapon. Even if it was not awakened, it was not something a great sage tool could compare to. He used the universal void step and appeared directly in front of the Zhao family's goddess. At this time, the divine mirror suddenly retracted all the divine light and flew into the Zhao family's divine city. The terrifying great sage might retreated like the tide. The great sage tool flew away on its own. I lost. The Zhao family's goddess had to admit that she had lost. Although she had already used the great sage tool, she would still lose because the other party had the legendary killing weapon. A divine sword that could destroy a great sage tool was definitely an extreme divine sword. Gu Fei had such an extreme divine sword in hand. Not to mention the Zhao family's goddess. Even if a half-sage came with a saint weapon, he would most likely die with a grievance. Only a half-sage with a great sage tool could fight him. Then hand over those people. Gu Fei did not make a move. He had a grudge with the Zhao family who had once attacked the Taishan sect. As for the other people of the Zhao family, as long as they did not provoke him, he did not care about them. The Zhao family's goddess nodded. She reached out to wipe away the trace of blood at the corner of her mouth and then walked toward the Zhao family's divine city. On this day, Gu Fei's name spread throughout the eastern domain. After the Dongfang family heard the news, they originally planned to send experts with saint weapons to kill Gu Fei. However, after the Zhao family's goddess was defeated by Gu Fei, the Dongfang family did not appear again. What a joke. Even the Zhao family's goddess was no match for Gu Fei after using a great sage tool. If others came with saint weapons, wouldn't that be suicide? Some people had already thought that Gu Fei might have a legendary extreme divine weapon. However, no one dared to have any ideas about Gu Fei. The Zhao family's goddess was stunning enough, but she was no match for Gu Fei. No one was willing to provoke this god of death. The people of the Dongfang family felt extremely uneasy. This Gu Fei had already grown up. He was a great enemy of the Dongfang family. After this day, the people of the Dongfang family restrained themselves. No one went out rashly. The Zhao family's goddess was willing to admit defeat. In less than half a day, she had investigated everything and then handed the 3 people of the Zhao family to Gu Fei. There were only 3 experts of the Zhao family who had acted in the past. Each of these 3 people was a powerful cultivator. One of them was even at the peak of the realm. This kind of person was definitely a rare cultivator 100 years ago. If these 3 people were to act, they would definitely be able to easily break the great formation of the Dragon Valley. Gu Fei did not hesitate and directly killed the 3 people on the spot. Then, he used the 9 secrets of the immortal path to search the memories of the 3 people's primordial spirits. He learned everything that had happened in the past. It turned out that in order to eradicate the Taixin sect, the Dongfang family had invited the 3 great experts of the Zhao family with great gifts. These 3 great experts were really amazing. With one move, they broke the killing formation that He Tian had laid down. Then, the people of the Dongfang family swarmed into the Dragon Valley, killing almost all the remaining disciples of the Taixin sect and destroying the Taixin sect. Only a few important people of the Taixin sect had escaped the Dragon Valley. However, at that time, the experts of the Dongfang family had chased after them. It was unknown whether these disciples of the Taixin sect were dead or alive. Look, the first novel with no mistakes, your best choice. To find a novel, please add more and better novels with no mistakes. All are here. Chapter 1644. The enmity between Gu Fei and the Zhao family of the clan of the Ancients could be considered settled for a while. Although the people of the Zhao family of the clan of the Ancients were angry, there was nothing they could do. Even the goddess of their clan had been defeated. Unless they used the power of the clan, there was no way they could compete with this warrior. However, the people of the Zhao family of the clan of the Ancients had some scruples. It was not a good thing to reveal the power of the clan too early, so the Zhao family could only endure. In the great world of the human world, although the forces of the ancient clan were powerful, it did not mean that they were invincible in the world. At this time, the water in the human world was very deep. The existences in the major forbidden areas were even more feared by the forces of the ancient clan. The name of Gu Fei, once again, shook the eastern domain. Some old friends knew that he had returned. Some people's blood was boiling, and they wanted to fight with him. Some people were panicking, afraid that this evil star would come to their door. In particular, the forces that had enmity with Gu Fei in the past were even more uneasy. The Beitang family immediately announced that the mountain gate was sealed. All the disciples of the family were not allowed to go out, and they also activated the mountain protection formation. The Beitang family was far away in the land of southern Yan, so Gu Fei did not have the time to find trouble with them. Another superforce, the Dongfang family, was in the eastern domain. It was impossible for Gu Fei not to go to the Dongfang family. The source of all the enmity was the Dongfang family. In the past, the hatred between Gu Fei and Dongfang Chun was known to all the cultivators in the eastern domain. In the end, Dongfang Chun was killed by Gu Fei, which led to the elders of the Dongfang family. Even among the Dongfang family's older generation experts, many had died in Gu Fei's hands. Even the city lord of the East Royal City, Dongfang Yuan, who was a half-step saint, was killed by Gu Fei. The hatred between him and the Dongfang clan was getting deeper and deeper. It was impossible to resolve it now. The Dongfang family had stood in the eastern domain for tens of thousands of years. They had once produced an invincible human emperor who had quelled the chaos of the eastern domain and made great contributions to the human race. However, this was the merit of the human emperor. As the descendants of the human emperor, the Dongfang family became more and more arrogant and domineering. They thought that they were the descendants of the human emperor and wanted to unify the eastern domain. The Taishan sect was also part of the Dongfang family's scheme. However, with the return of the ancient barons, the Dongfang family's goal of dominating the eastern realm would be difficult to achieve. The ancient barons also possessed an incomparably deep foundation. 100 years ago, Taishan Mountain collapsed, and the ferocious demons, who had been sealed for countless years, awakened. The forces of the demons appeared in the eastern domain. Under the various variables, the Eastern Territory formed a situation of three legs of a tripartite confrontation. The Dongfang family did not want a tripartite confrontation, but the power of the primordial Zhao family and the Devil's Den was enough to contend with the Dongfang family. The Dongfang family had no choice but to ally with the primordial Zhao family to fight against the demons together. In the past 100 years, the eastern region had never been at peace. The Dongfang family and the Zhao family of the primordial era had been constantly fighting against the demons in the Devil's Den, and many of their experts had fallen. However, the past 100 years of war had become a way for the Dongfang family and the Zhao family to train their troops. In the past 100 years, the two families had produced many stunning figures. Donghuang of the Dongfang family rose rapidly during this period. At this time, the Dongfang family was as if they were facing a great enemy. They already knew that Gu Fei had the legendary divine weapon of the Great Path, which was a great killing weapon. It was a supreme divine weapon left behind by a supreme being. Although no one could truly use it, just a wisp of the divine might of the Great Path was enough to destroy a super sect. Even an ancient family that had produced a Runhuang had to be careful when dealing with it. At this time, Gu Fei was walking in the eastern domain. He had entered the heavenly market and explored the bottomless Devil's Den. He wanted to find some old friends, but 100 years had passed. His old friends had either fallen or were no longer in the eastern domain. No one mentioned the three great Taoist schools of the past anymore. The Guangqing Celestial sect and the Shangqing sect had already submitted to the forces of the primordial era and became peripheral forces of the primordial era. They were no longer as powerful as they were in the past. The Guangqing Celestial sect had submitted to the Zhou family of the primordial era and avoided the disaster of annihilation. As for the Shangqing sect, they had also disappeared. In the past 100 years, no one from the Shangqing sect had appeared again. The Shangqing sect, Li Mengyao, on top of a mountain peak, a silhouette stood there and uttered such a statement. This person was speaking out of emotion. It was Gu Fei. Thinking back to the past, there were two silhouettes that he had never forgotten. They were hidden deep inside his heart. However, after he achieved success in his cultivation, he could no longer find the two people he missed. This made Gu Fei feel a little regretful. However, he believed that one day, he would be able to meet them again. Gu Fei stood on top of the mountain peak for a long time. The sunset glow was like blood, elongating his silhouette. He stood against the wind, and his long hair danced in the wind. It's time for me to pay the Dongfang clan a visit, Gu Fei muttered to himself. At his level of cultivation, he no longer feared anyone in the mortal world. Other than the few forbidden existences in the mortal world, Gu Fei had nothing to worry about. Whoosh! Gu Fei's silhouette disappeared from the mountain peak. A few withered leaves flew up and then slowly landed on the ground. It was as if he was never there. The Dongfang clan was located in the middle of a mountain range in the eastern domain. The mountain range was undulating and resembled dragons that were wriggling on the ground. Mist lingered between the mountains. Within a radius of thousands of miles, a great world was formed. This kind of heaven and earth was rare in the eastern domain and even the entire Tunglong continent. If He Tian was here, he would definitely be able to tell that this place was extraordinary. A clan that has produced a Runhuang sure is extraordinary. A silhouette appeared outside of this area. At this moment, the sky had darkened and the sun was setting. The horizon was bright red. Could this be the legendary Nine Dragons Soaring Heaven game? Gu Fei had once read the Yuan spirit memories of the celestial race's ancestor, so he knew quite a number of immortal Dao arts. This Qi gazing art was one of them. This art allowed one to observe the momentum of the world and the circulation of Yuan Qi. The space in front of him seemed extremely calm, but there were traps everywhere. The heaven and earth interweaved. If one were to observe with the eyes of the god, one would be able to see extremely obscure Dao patterns in the air. It seems that the Dongfang clan is prepared. Seeing this, Gu Fei knew that his plan to suddenly attack the Dongfang clan would not work. Now, it seemed that he could only force his way through. If that's the case, then let's do it. Gu Fei soared into the sky from the mountain peak, then extended his right hand and pressed forward. A terrifying martial path true force quickly condensed on his palm, then surged out. Boom! The heavens and earth shook. A huge golden hand appeared high up in the sky, emitting a shocking wave of energy. It slammed towards the celestial realm in front of him. When the huge hand appeared, the wind and clouds immediately surged. The peace of the entire area was instantly broken. Enemy attack! An angry roar rang out in front of him. Then, the alarm in the area rang rapidly. Countless silhouettes rushed out from the mountains. There was not a single person before, but now, over 100 people jumped out. Bzzz. The void trembled as the Dao patterns hidden in the air began to appear. They interweaved into mysterious Dao patterns that shot towards the huge golden hand. Bam! The Dao patterns collided with the golden hand. The hand crumbled and a large amount of golden light shot out in all directions like meteors. Every single golden light tore through the void. Most of them were blocked by the Dao patterns that emerged from the void, but a few still managed to shoot into the formation. Boom! A golden light descended from the sky and struck a mountain peak. The entire mountain was instantly turned into dust and disappeared from the world. Bam! The earth shook as the golden light landed on the ground. The ground within a radius of 1,000 zhang collapsed. The entire area shook and dust rose into the sky. A bottomless pit appeared on the ground. The people of the Dongfang clan were extremely shocked to see this scene. This person's combat strength was too terrifying. Just a little essence could cause such a terrifying result. 2 specks of golden light that shot into the formation were intercepted by someone. All of you, retreat to the ancient land. A person whose body was covered in dazzling starlight shouted. His voice shook the mountains. This person was extremely powerful. He was the one who intercepted the golden light just now. In another direction, another powerful figure walked over. This person's aura was completely different from the person who was covered in dazzling starlight. His entire person was like a black hole. The void around him was collapsing, forming a dark place without any light. He seemed to be able to devour everything. Gu Fei couldn't help but frown when he saw these 2 people. These 2 people were extremely powerful and had the aura of saints lingering around them. They were 2 half-saints. The Dongfang clan really hid their strength well. Gu Fei couldn't help but sigh. This Dongfang clan was indeed a dragon's pool and tiger's den. With such strength, it was no wonder that even the primordial Zhao clan didn't dare to touch the Dongfang clan. You are Gu Fei. The half-saint who was covered in dazzling starlight shouted. I heard that the girl from the Zhao clan was also defeated by you. A gloomy voice was heard. The half-saint who stood in the dark spoke. His voice was extremely feminine, causing goosebumps to appear on Gu Fei's body. 2 old farts came out? Gu Fei didn't enter the formation. This formation was definitely a killing formation personally arranged by the ancient emperor of the human race. Although only a corner of the formation pattern was revealed, it was still emitting a shocking murderous aura. He could feel the ancient aura from the 2 half-saints inside the formation. Such characters must be the foundation of the Dongfang clan. They slept until the present and only woke up when the great era of the human realm appeared to fight for the opportunity to become a saint. Do you dare to come in and fight? The half-saint who was covered in dazzling starlight was incomparably powerful. He directly challenged Gu Fei. He cultivated a great technique that could draw the power of the 9 heaven stars for his own use. There seemed to be a vague starry sky faintly appearing around his body. Chapter 1645. Gu Fei took action to probe the Dongfang clan and lured out 2 half-saints. These 2 half-saints were old antiques. They weren't from the current era. They were peerless experts who had only awakened in the past 100 years. These antiques were much stronger than ordinary half-saints. Gu Fei was shocked that 2 of them appeared in the Dongfang clan. That's 2 ancient half-saints. Even the ancient desolate forces wouldn't be this strong. With such a foundation, they could indeed contend against the ancient desolate forces. The Dongfang clan had been able to stand tall in the eastern domain for countless years. Their inheritance had never been severed. This wasn't due to luck or coincidence. Gu Fei, do you dare to come in and fight? The 2 half-saints spoke. Although their voices weren't loud, they shook the void and spread to the entire area. The mountains outside the Grand Formation shook as well. Humph, 2 old farts. How shameless, trying to scam me. Gu Fei coldly said. The ancient sovereign killing formation enveloped the entire Dongfang clan. If he entered, these 2 fellows would most likely activate the formation to kill him. This was the ancient sovereign killing formation, a grand formation personally laid down by the ancient human sovereign. It had protected the Dongfang clan for countless years. No one had ever been able to break through it. The ancient human sovereign was an existence second only to the extreme supremes. They were nearly invincible in the 3 realms. The ancient sovereign killing formation was absolutely terrifying. Unless an extreme supremacy came, no one could break through it. The 2 half-saints couldn't help but blush when they heard Gu Fei's words. They really had the same idea earlier. They wanted to lure Gu Fei in. However, they weren't fools. They wouldn't fall for it. Come out and fight. Gu Fei stood in the void with his long hair fluttering in the wind. He looked like an otherworldly supreme supremacy. Although he didn't emit any powerful aura, there was an invisible pressure that made him look down on the world. The half-saints flickered with starlight as they rushed out of the ancient sovereign killing formation. This junior dared to look down on them? Since he's courting death, let's fulfill his wish. A feminine voice rang out, and the black-robed ancient sage-to-be, who was standing in the darkness, strode through the air toward Gu Fei. An existence like the half-sage Gu was not someone the Zhao clan's goddess could compare to. Although Gu Fei had defeated the Zhao clan's goddess and might possess an extreme sacred weapon, the 2 half-sages of the Dongfang clan did not fear him. The supreme saint weapon wasn't something that could be used casually. Even if Gu Fei had the supreme saint weapon, it was impossible for him to activate the power of the exalted saint weapon in a short period of time. The 2 ancient half-sages knew that Gu Fei would not be able to activate the power of the exalted sage artifact. That was why they dared to walk out of the ancient sovereign killing formation and approach Gu Fei. Kill. Gu Fei didn't say anything. There was no need for him to say anything. He directly attacked with the heaven-covering palm again. It covered the sky and directly slapped towards the 2 ancient half-saints. Rumble. A terrifying power spread out. As soon as the heaven-covering palm appeared, the entire world darkened. The void cracked and a huge golden hand descended from the sky. This was the power of the metal element. Gu Fei's primal chaos true power could evolve into the 5 elements of yin and yang. The entire heaven and earth's metal element energy seemed to be attracted by Gu Fei, converging from all directions. Ancient battle skill. The eyes of the half-sage Gu, who was surrounded by faintly discernible starlight, shot out a dazzling divine light. He took a step forward and struck with his right hand. A huge star rushed out of his palm. Boom! The peerless power of the stars erupted from the huge star, illuminating the entire world. A divine might appeared between the heavens and the earth. The word saint had already been attached to the semi-sage. It had a trace of the aura of a saint. Bang! Like a real star rising, the huge star fiercely collided with Gu Fei's golden hand, producing a muffled sound. The heavens and the earth shook. The powerful force directly tore the void apart, turning the void into a chaotic void. Gu Fei's giant hand and the huge star dissipated at the same time. The destructive power spread out and swept in all directions. The mountains within a radius of 100 miles all collapsed. Buzz. Countless Tao patterns appeared in the void. The ancient sovereign killing formation was in operation, blocking all the destructive power that was heading towards the Dongfang family. The Dongfang family's territory was not affected at all. This was the power of the ancient sovereign killing formation. Even the power of a saint couldn't shake it at all. The Tao patterns that the ancient sovereign left in the world were inextinguishable. Stars shift. The ancient star sage shouted. Endless starlight rushed out of his body. A starry sky appeared around him, and many huge stars condensed. Above the firmament, countless stars flashed and sprinkled down. The ancient star sage displayed a supreme technique and attracted the power of the stars from the firmament to strengthen his body. Boom! The starry sky that emerged around the ancient star sage saint's body was enhanced by the power of the stars in the firmament. It became clearer and clearer as stars circled around his body. Kill. The ancient star sage was like a supreme war god under the starry sky. He charged towards Gu Fei. His murderous aura shocked the heavens and the earth, causing Gu Fei to become extremely solemn. Bang! The ancient star sage threw out a palm. Many huge stars were guided by him and rushed towards Gu Fei along with his palm. The powerful power of the stars shook the heavens and the earth. You want to kill me with this level of power? Gu Fei sneered and rushed forward. He waved his fists, and the huge stars shattered under his fists. He broke into the starry sky that the ancient star sage had created. The powerful combat power that Gu Fei had suddenly revealed shocked the ancient star sage. A warrior who had achieved success in cultivation was too powerful. He was only a level 6 almighty, but he could compete with the ancient star sage. If he became an ancient star sage, he would be invincible. The ancient star sage was moved by Gu Fei's limitless potential. He could not let this person continue to grow. If this person continued to grow, the entire Dongfang family would be in trouble. The old antiques of the Dongfang family more or less knew about the grudge between the Dongfang family and Gu Fei. Gu Fei had killed many experts of the Dongfang family. Even Dongfang Yuan had died in his hands. This made the ancient star sage want to kill Gu Fei. The ancient star sage, who was emitting a cold aura, did not make a move. It seemed that he disdained to join forces with the ancient star sage to deal with a junior. Roar! The huge stars around the ancient star sage exploded and released a peerless power of the stars. All the power of the stars was guided by the ancient star sage and rushed towards Gu Fei. Tao patterns were faintly discernible in the endless starlight. The aura of a sage lingered. Gu Fei encountered the fiercest attack. There was starlight in all directions. Every starlight was like a divine rainbow, emitting terrifying waves that could destroy everything. The ancient star saint unleashed a supreme technique and sealed the void. He trapped Gu Fei in the starlight, intending to obliterate Gu Fei and obliterate both his body and soul. Buzz! The void shook and the stars in the sky shone with dazzling starlight. Beams of light shot down from the sky. The power of the stars in the starry sky was drawn down. The endless power of the stars increased the ancient star sage's combat strength rapidly. The ancient star sage used the power of the billions of stars in the starry sky to suppress Gu Fei. This power was so strong that even Gu Fei felt threatened. Of course, it was impossible for the ancient star sage to draw the power of the stars in the starry sky. Even so, this method could be regarded as heaven-defying. Swoosh! A starlight streaked across Gu Fei's forehead. A few strands of hair fell from the sky. Gu Fei's heart trembled. This starlight contained the power of the Great Path and could hurt him. Die! The ancient star sage roared. Although he had trapped Gu Fei, he knew very well that Gu Fei's combat strength was not limited to this. Gu Fei's counterattack was absolutely terrifying. Countless starlights suddenly emitted a dazzling brilliance. Each starlight contained the divine patterns of the Great Path. The aura of a sage filled the air. The ancient star sage did not hesitate to use his strongest attack to deal with Gu Fei. Clang! The starlights turned into divine swords of the Great Path. They slashed at Gu Fei from all directions. The aura of a sage became stronger. The ancient star sage already had the word sage attached to it. He was much stronger than a peak mighty cultivator. The ancient star sage was at the peak of the ancient star sage. He was much stronger than an ordinary half-sage. The ancient star sage attacked with all his strength. He drew the power of the Great Path of the world. Countless patterns of the Great Path interweaved. Terrifying laws of the Great Path were displayed. The ancient star sage was like an ancient god of war in the starry sky. The aura of a sage shocked the world. Although he was not a true sage, He already had a trace of a sage's aura. This was a half-sage, a powerful existence that surpassed peak mighty cultivators. Chaotic reversal. Countless divine swords of the great path condensed from the power of the stars slashed at him. In the end, Gu Fei still used the 9 secrets of the immortal path. A strange power spread from his body. The void around Gu Fei twisted and rippled. When the countless divine swords of the great path rushed into the void around Gu Fei, they were all reversed and shot back at the ancient star sage. The ancient star semi-sage was shocked. He was utterly shocked by this turn of events. His killer move was actually reversed by his opponent. How was this possible? It was unbelievable. The ancient star sage's killer move had been reversed. Even the ancient star sage, who was watching the battle from the side, was dumbfounded. What kind of great technique was this? Could it be the legendary supreme secret technique of the immortal path? The ancient star sage lived in an era that was very close to the late period of the Untainted Land. Of course, they had heard of the 9 secrets of the immortal path. It was an invincible secret technique created by the supreme Tao ancestor. The ancient star sage was extremely shocked. This phenomenon was beyond his understanding. How could a warrior cultivate this kind of secret technique of the immortal path? Chapter 1646. Boom. A powerful immortal aura spread out from Gu Fei's body, causing the ancient star sage and the other ancient sage to feel inexplicably shocked. This phenomenon was beyond their understanding. They had lived for countless years and experienced many things. How could the successor of a supreme martial progenitor cultivate an immortal Tao cultivation method? The ancient martial progenitor's bloodline had never cultivated the primordial spirit. They only cultivated the martial physique. Attaining sainthood through the flesh was the most powerful and overbearing method of attaining sainthood in the world. Once a person became a martial sage, he would be invincible among his peers. Other sages would not be a match for him. It was evident how powerful a martial sage was. However, since ancient times, there were very few cultivators who could become martial sages. The number of them could be counted on one's fingers. This was because the path to sainthood was too difficult. In comparison, there were many successful cultivators who achieved sainthood through the immortal Tao or the divine Tao. Therefore, no one was willing to take the extremely difficult path to sainthood. They all chose the easier path. The decline of the ancient martial Tao was not a coincidence. There were very few people with great perseverance. Without great perseverance, it was impossible for them to cultivate successfully. Furthermore, even those with great perseverance might not be able to attain sainthood through the flesh and become an invincible martial sage. Even the ancient stellar half-saint had never heard of anyone who could cultivate both immortal and martial techniques. The immortal Tao secret art that Gu Fei had displayed was definitely an authentic immortal Tao secret art. The void trembled. Thousands of divine swords of the great Tao formed by starlight shot back at the ancient stellar half-saint. Every sword radiance emitted a terrifying wave. The ancient stellar half-saint was so frustrated that he almost vomited blood after being attacked by his own killer move. Eternal starry sky. The ancient stellar half-saint roared furiously. The starry sky around him once again condensed into huge stars. A starry universe was operating. Thousands of starlight swords penetrated the starry sky around the ancient stellar half-saint. They were all devoured by the starry sky and turned back into the power of the stars. You've actually cultivated the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao. How is this possible? The starlight swords were devoured by the starry sky. Every star in the starry sky became extremely bright, emitting a dazzling brilliance. Nothing is impossible. Gu Fei was incomparably domineering. He displayed the chaotic reversal secret art, which could reverse all attacks. To a certain extent, he was already in an invincible position. Show, if you want to be arrogant, I'll deal with you. The black-clothed ancient half-saint walked over from afar, and he emanated a horrifying and ghastly aura. He was extremely mysterious. Gu Fei couldn't help but frown when he sensed the strange aura emanated by this ancient half-saint. Could it be that he actually possesses the nine-in godly physique of legend? Since he had the nine-in godly physique, how could he only be an ancient half-step saint? With such a physique, he could at least become a saint. Moreover, it didn't seem impossible to become a saint in the old antiques time. Mysterious dark hand. The black-robed ancient half-saint immediately attacked. With a loud shout, he stretched out his right hand towards Gu Fei. A huge, pitch-black hand appeared in the sky, emanating a terrifying chill. The nearby void seemed to have frozen, and frost appeared on the ground. The extreme yin and cold power erupted, and the temperature of the entire world dropped sharply. Even the ancient star half-saint had no choice but to retreat. Fire Element Fist. Gu Fei directly used the Fire Element Fist of the Five Elements Fist. A fire-like qi gang rushed out of his fist and met the incoming mysterious dark hand. It was as if a monstrous divine fire had appeared in the dark world. It was a shocking scene of fire burning the sky, and it completely dispelled the cold aura emanating from the mysterious dark hand. Boom! Gu Fei's fist directly smashed against the huge, pitch-black hand. The mysterious dark hand launched by the black-robed ancient half-step saint was smashed to pieces by Gu Fei's fist. The extreme yin and cold essence was completely dispelled by the fire element true power that rushed out of Gu Fei's fist. Nine-in godly body. Gu Fei was very surprised. This was a man who emitted a bone-piercing cold aura. The void around him was like a black hole. Everything was frozen, and even light couldn't shine in. I didn't expect a little guy like you to have such good eyesight. The black-robed ancient half-saint was a little stunned. He was very surprised that Gu Fei could see through his origin. One should know that the nine-in godly body had disappeared for countless years in China. The nine-in godly body was one of the rare godly bodies in the three realms and six Tao. It didn't appear all the time. In the human realm, this godly body had become a legend, freezing 30,000 miles. The nine-in godly ancient half-saint didn't say much and directly unleashed a terrifying killer move. An extreme yin and cold power suddenly burst out of his body and instantly spread out. The area within a radius of 1,000 miles immediately became extremely cold. The terrifying cold air instantly froze the surging river, and the mountains within a radius of a few hundred miles collapsed. Only the area enveloped by the ancient sovereign killing formation wasn't affected at all. However, the terrain of this area had more or less changed. Such an outcome would inevitably cause the general trend of the world to change. The Nine Dragons celestial puzzle of the Dongfang family would probably be affected in the end. High up in the sky, Gu Fei was instantly frozen. The terrifying cold air turned him into an ice sculpture. He only felt that the rushing blood in his body was about to freeze. What a terrifying, profound, cold air. Gu Fei's heart trembled. If it was an ordinary expert, he would have long been frozen into dust. Only a human with a martial physique like him could be spared. Clang! A blue divine sword appeared in the nine-in godly ancient half-saint's hand. It was a divine sword that emitted traces of divine power. Ancient Tao patterns were faintly discernible on the body of the divine sword. Die! The nine-in godly ancient half-saint directly held the divine sword and stabbed at the center of Gu Fei's eyebrows. On the tip of the sword, a faint blue light flickered, like the tongue of a spirit snake. Bang! At this moment, the layer of transparent ice covering Gu Fei's body cracked. Countless cracks appeared on the ice. Then, with a loud boom, the ice completely shattered and countless ice shards shot in all directions. Amidst the countless ice shards, a figure shot up into the sky. What? As the blue divine sword stabbed forward, all the ice shards that shot at the nine-in godly ancient half-saint instantly melted in the void. The nine-in godly ancient half-saint was extremely shocked. He had never expected that Gu Fei could actually escape. This guy, in the distant sky, the star ancient half-saint was also extremely shocked when he saw this scene. He knew very well how powerful his companion was. Once the profound cold air was released, it could freeze everything in the world. However, this little guy called Gu Fei was actually not frozen by the profound cold air. Chapter 1647. The fact that Gu Fei was not frozen by the cold qi shocked the two ancient half-saints to the extreme. It should be known that the one who attacked him was the 9-yin godly physique, which was rare in the 3 realms and 6 das. The 9-yin godly physique was a type of innate divine physique with incomparable talent. It was born with an extreme yin physique and was close to the yin qi. If this divine physique cultivated the yin cultivation method, it would definitely improve rapidly. Others who cultivated for 100 years would not be able to compare to those with the 9-yin godly physique who cultivated for half a year. This was an innate expert. They were destined from the moment they were born. The 9-yin ancient half-saint was definitely more powerful and terrifying than the star ancient half-saint. Although they were both ancient half-saints, the 9-yin ancient half-saint had a unique physique that others could not compare to. Buzz. The divine sword vibrated, and a blue divine light spread out from the 9-yin ancient half-saint's sword. An extremely cold aura filled the air. This was a terrifying Taiyin sword qi, and it rushed toward Gu Fei. You used to be a saint. Gu Fei was shocked. He felt an extremely dangerous aura. The 9-yin ancient half-saint was extraordinary. The power contained in the divine sword in his hand came from the same source as him. Although he was an ancient half-saint, the divine sword in his hand showed signs of awakening. This was not a good thing. If the divine sword was completely awakened, it would be equivalent to a saint coming in person. Oomph! The 9-yin ancient half-saint sneered. The sword qi that came out from the divine sword in his hand became even more intense. Countless ancient Tao patterns kept appearing on the body of the sword. Swish! The terrifying sword wave spread out. Gu Fei used the 8 desolation void steps and quickly dodged it. Thunderous sounds came out from his body. This was the sound produced by the rapid circulation of his qi and blood. Gu Fei's qi and blood were extremely vigorous. In the sky above his head, there seemed to be a huge dragon soaring. This was a strange phenomenon formed by vigorous qi and blood. You can't escape. The 9-yin ancient half-saint's voice was even colder than the yin sword qi. The divine sword in his hand was awakening. The imprint of the great Tao within it was awakening. A terrifying aura spread out from the divine sword. Gu Fei was extremely shocked. The 9-yin ancient half-saint was definitely a saint in the distant past. This divine sword was most likely a saint weapon that he had refined himself. The Dongfang family's foundation was terrifying. They actually had a 9-yin godly physique that had cultivated to the 9-yin ancient half-saint. Moreover, this 9-yin ancient half-saint was extremely powerful and frightening. Gu Fei no longer had any doubts. He did not know why the cultivation of this 9-yin ancient half-sage had fallen from the sage realm to the half-sage realm. However, even if the 9-yin divine body was only at the half-sage realm, it still displayed invincible battle strength. Ancient spirit. Although Gu Fei was using the world's fastest speed to dodge the 9-yin ancient half-saint's sword light, he did not escape. Moreover, if he really wanted to escape, the 9-yin ancient half-saint would not be able to stop him. He flipped his right hand, and a black divine sword appeared in his hand. This was the 9 heaven stars sword that he had refined himself. It was a martialist divine weapon. Seeing the divine sword that appeared in Gu Fei's hand, the 9-yin ancient half-saint's eyes lit up. This was a divine sword that was refined from the 9 heaven stars iron. Moreover, it was a divine sword that did not have the imprint of the great Tao. The 9-yin ancient half-saint's eyes lit up when he saw the divine sword that appeared in Gu Fei's hand. This was a divine sword that was refined from the 9 heaven stars iron. Moreover, it was a divine sword that did not have the imprint of the great Tao. The 9-yin ancient half-saint's eyes turned red. Buzz. Gu Fei shook the divine sword in his hand. A black light rushed out from the divine sword and swallowed at the tip of the sword. This was the sword light that was condensed from martial Tao true power. Swoosh. Gu Fei waved the long sword in his hand and met the sword light coming from ancient saint-grade Saint 9-yin. Ancient saint-grade Saint 9-yin was shocked when he clashed head-on with the saint-grade sword light. On the surface of the 9 heaven star sword, there were star-like patterns. It was a kind of pattern naturally formed by heaven and earth. It was a trace of the great Tao of nature. Clang. The divine sword in Gu Fei's hand clashed with the nine ancient half-saint's divine moon sword. A crisp sound was heard, and the blue sword light was shattered. The two figures crossed each other in an instant. What an immortal divine sword! The nine ancient half-saint exclaimed. He looked down at the divine moon sword in his hand, and heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that the sword was undamaged. Gu Fei was also examining the nine heaven stars sword in his hand. He was surprised and delighted when he saw that the divine sword was undamaged. The characteristics of the immortal divine material were indeed powerful. Even if it was a divine sword without any Tao patterns, it could actually contend against a holy weapon. No one would believe it even if it was set out. However, such an incredible thing had happened today. Immortal divine materials were exclusive to Supremes. They were not something that ordinary cultivators could have. Gu Fei had obtained the nine heaven stars iron by chance. Immortal divine metal. In the distant sky, the star ancient half-saint stared at the divine sword in Gu Fei's hand. His eyes were blazing with divine light. He wanted to snatch the divine sword. Given Gu Fei's current cultivation and strength, it was still very difficult for him to compete with the nine ancient half-saint. Although he had shattered the divine moon sword light, a cold chi had traveled along the divine sword and entered his body. Gu Fei's martial body had suffered a great impact. The blood vessels in his body were almost frozen. Roar! Gu Fei roared. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and a shocking aura erupted from his body. His strength was soaring, and the cold chi that had invaded his body was instantly forced out. What? The nine ancient half-saint was shocked. This little guy still had some strength left. How was this possible? Was this his true strength? Boom! The entire heaven and earth trembled. Gu Fei's entire body emitted a terrifying energy fluctuation. Rays of primal chaos divine light revolved around his body. His aura actually increased tenfold in an instant. This power was far too great, causing the space around him to ripple. Spatial ripples that could be seen with the naked eye spread out from his body. It was as if the world could not contain him. Die! At this moment, Gu Fei's battle prowess was raised to the limit that his martial body could withstand. At this moment, he was peerlessly powerful. With a slash of his sword, a powerful sword wind was set off and a huge crack appeared in the void between heaven and earth. It was neither a great technique nor a magical power. It was just a simple slash. However, it made the nine ancient half-saint feel extreme danger. At this moment, even the powerful nine ancient half-saint could not maintain his calm. All right, I will fight with you. The nine ancient half-saint finally became serious. He had to use his real strength to deal with Gu Fei's strength. Endless lunar power erupted from his body. Buzz! The divine lunar sword in the hands of the ancient half-sage of nine emitted a dazzling divine light. The sword light soared into the sky and met the nine heavens star sword. Please share. Chapter 1648. An intense battle broke out. Gu Fei used one of the 9 secrets of the immortal path, the Ascension secret technique. His combat strength increased tenfold as he fought the ancient quasi-sage Nine Shade. Source: by Xiaosheng Buzz. Clang! The sound of the divine sword and the clashing of metal resounded for thousands of miles. Sword light shot into the sky from time to time. The dazzling sword light made the stars in the sky pale in comparison. Too strong. Although Gu Fei had already used the Ascension secret technique, he still felt extremely pressured when facing the ancient quasi-sage Nine Shade. The ancient quasi-sage Nine Shade was like an immovable ancient mountain. No matter how strong Gu Fei's attacks were, the ancient quasi-sage Nine Shade could easily neutralize them. He discovered that the ancient quasi-sage Nine Shade's understanding of the Great Tao had already reached a level that others could not hope to reach. Every move he made was compatible with the Great Tao. This method was too terrifying. This was no longer the ability of a quasi-sage. After all, the ancient quasi-sage Nine Shade had once been a sage. Even if his cultivation level had fallen, his understanding of the Great Tao was still the same. In terms of understanding of the Great Tao, the ancient quasi-sage Nine Shade was still a sage. Clang! The two powerhouses clashed fiercely with their divine swords in both hands. Terrifying sword chi surged in all directions, causing pitch-black cracks to appear in the surrounding void. The void was instantly sliced into countless pieces. Roar! Die! Gu Fei and the ancient quasi-sage Nine-Shade roared at the same time. The world shook as the two of them used all their strength to send each other flying. A water-blue sword light brushed past Gu Fei's face, leaving a bloody mark. Bam! The moment Gu Fei was sent flying, his right leg kicked towards the ancient quasi-sage Nine-Shade's lower abdomen. However, the ancient quasi-sage Nine-Shade blocked it with a knee strike. Juin ancient sage to be was once a saint, so his battle experience was probably above that of Gu Fei's. In that instant, he had almost pierced through Gu Fei's Niwen palace. Gu Fei was so shocked that he broke out in a cold sweat. If he hadn't instinctively sensed danger and tilted his head, he wouldn't have been so lucky as to get his face cut. Preposterous. Gu Fei was both shocked and furious. After flying back for thousands of feet, he steadied himself. Then, a purple-gold divine light emerged from the center of his brows, as if a divine eye was about to open there. An aura of the great Tao emanated from between Gu Fei's eyebrows. Although it was only a wisp of Tao charm, it was enough to move the ancient half-sage of Nine Yin. Swoosh! A Tao sword shot out from between Gu Fei's eyebrows. It ignored the obstruction of the void and instantly arrived in front of the ancient half-sage of Nine Yin at an extremely fast speed. The ancient half-sage of Nine Yin was shocked. The divine power of Yin surged throughout his body, and countless Tao patterns rushed out from his body, interweaving into a large net to block the divine sword of the great Tao. Is this the legendary primordial spirit sword of the way? The ancient astral half-sage of Nine Yin, who was watching this battle from afar, was moved. Just how many supreme secret techniques of the celestial path had this little guy mastered? Could it be that he had obtained the complete inheritance of the 9 secrets of the celestial path? Swoosh! The primordial spirit sword of the way was indestructible. It directly tore through the large net that the ancient half-sage of Nine Yin had created with Tao patterns and slashed at him. The ancient half-sage of Nine Yin had never thought that he could use the large net of Tao patterns to block the primordial spirit sword of the way. He was only using this method to buy some time. He quickly retreated, and then a dazzling sword light rushed out of his hand, blocking the primordial spirit sword that was slashing at him. The water-blue sword light spread out, completely sealing the void in front of the ancient half-sage of Nine Yin, and its holy power was vast and mighty. It was a divine sword, after all, and it contained the mark of the great Tao. Sword chi surged, and even Gu Fei's primordial spirit sword of the way could not break through this powerful saint-level sword light. The two sword lights clashed, and a sonorous sound rang out. The primordial spirit sword of the ancient half-sage of Nine Yin's divine sword of the way clashed with dazzling sword light. In the end, Gu Fei's primordial spirit sword of the way flew back and sank back into Gu Fei's Niwen palace. Your cultivation is not enough. Even if you have cultivated the 9 secrets of the celestial path, you are still no match for me. The ancient half-sage of Nine Yin's words were extremely cold. The divine sword in his hand was still awakening, and a terrifying aura that could shock the heavens began to appear on it. This divine weapon was almost completely awakened. Let's fight again next time. Gu Fei knew that once the ancient divine weapon was completely awakened, he would have no chance at all. Even if he used the divine weapon of the Great Path, he would only be able to protect himself. He decisively retreated. You want to leave? Just as Gu Fei was about to retreat, the ancient stellar half-sage of Nine Yin, who was watching the battle from afar, closed in on him. A starry sky appeared around him. Beams of mountainous starlight descended from the heavens, bringing with them endless power of the stars. They continuously entered the ancient stellar half-sage of Nine Yin's body. In the starry sky around the ancient stellar half-sage of Nine Yin, 108 great stars were abnormally bright. They lit up the entire starry sky and released endless fluctuations of the power of the stars. Chapter 1649. The resurrection of the holy weapon shook the heavens, and the terrifying holy might spread for millions of miles. Hundreds of millions of people trembled. This was the terror of the true power of the saint level. The saint had already surpassed the world and was the most powerful existence in the world. The holy sword in the hands of the ancient seven-step saint had finally completely recovered. Buzz! The holy sword vibrated, and countless cracks suddenly appeared in the entire world. The ancient seven-step saint did not hesitate and directly slashed at Gu Fei. At this time, Gu Fei had already torn the void and stepped into the chaos. He had to retreat. The true power of the saint level was not something he could contend with. Even if he had the holy weapon of the extreme way, it was absolutely impossible. The shocking sword light shattered everything and destroyed everything. It was invincible and directly slashed into the chaotic void. However, at this time, Gu Fei's figure had already disappeared. The ancient seven-step saint was shocked. This little guy named Gu Fei was incredible. Such a person was definitely a great enemy of the Dongfang family. There were only two results when meeting such a person, and that was to become his friend or his enemy. It was a pity that Dongfang Qian was high-spirited and was also the most outstanding person in the Taishan sect. He never thought that a piece of trash would actually grow up. Back then, Dongfang Qian had made a mistake and was killed by Gu Fei. It was good that he died, but he had made a great enemy for the entire Dongfang family. At this time, Gu Fei had already entered the depths of the chaotic void. This was a place of extreme chaos. There were no laws of the world, and it was completely a scene of the world before the world was created. With Gu Fei's current cultivation and strength, he could naturally walk in this void. A layer of Qi Gang appeared on his body, blocking all the earth, water, fire, and wind that came from all directions. The Dongfang family actually has such a person in charge. No wonder they can compete with the Zhao family of the antiquity. Gu Fei stood in the chaotic void, and his eyes flashed. It was not strange that the Dongfang family had an ancient half-saint, but the ancient seven-step saint had the divine body of Juyin and was once a saint. This was the first time that Gu Fei had met such an existence. He felt great pressure. Although the other was not a saint, his understanding of the Great Way was difficult for others to reach. The Dongfang family, Gu Fei muttered to himself. With the ancient sage to be Juyin in charge, he couldn't do anything to the Dongfang family for the time being. However, he would be able to fight with the ancient sage to be Juyin once he broke through to the peak of the Almighty Realm. He pondered for a while, then took out the formation platform and stepped onto it. He then activated the transmission array and disappeared into the chaotic void. Since Gu Fei had decided to make a move against the Dongfang family, he had made ample preparations. After all, no one knew what kind of resources the Dongfang family, a great power that had existed for countless years, possessed. In a barren mountain outside the East Royal City of the Eastern Domain, the void in a corner suddenly rippled. The void undulated like transparent water waves. Whoosh! A figure passed through the layer of transparent ripples and appeared in the barren mountain. The person who walked out of the void was Gu Fei. He used the formation platform to teleport himself from the chaotic void to the vicinity of the Eastern Royal City. He came here to get some information from the Eastern Royal City. I need to change my appearance, Gu Fei muttered to himself. After that, his facial features began to change as his body became pudgy. He was able to change his appearance at will. Soon, a short and fat Taoist priest in a Taoist robe walked out of the barren mountain and headed towards the Eastern Royal City. Ever since Gu Fei caused a ruckus in the Eastern Royal City and killed the Eastern Royal City Lord, the position of the Eastern Royal City Lord had been empty. Even Dongfang Yuan, a half-saint, died at the hands of Gu Fei. In the Dongfang family, there were experts stronger than Dongfang Yuan, but they could not send them out. One had to know that the fall of Dongfang Yuan was already a great loss to the Dongfang family. The Eastern Royal City was as lively as ever. Cultivators could be seen everywhere in the city. When Gu Fei appeared in the city in the form of a short and fat Taoist priest, no one noticed him at all. No cultivator in the human realm would miss this opportunity. Some people had already predicted that a saint would be born in this era. There was no lack of immortals in the Eastern Royal City. This was impossible 100 years ago. Immortals and gods had disappeared. At that time, The world had not changed and the great Tao was unfathomable. Almost no one could cultivate to become an immortal, let alone a saint. However, with the arrival of the human realm, the world had changed and the great Tao was no longer out of reach. Those whose cultivation had been suppressed for countless years took advantage of this opportunity to break through their bottlenecks. In the mortal dimension, countless people had seized the opportunity of this great era to become immortals and gods, and some extraordinarily talented people had even triumphed all the way to become almighty and even half-saints. Did you know? Someone actually attacked the Dongfang family today. Who is so bold as to attack the Dongfang family's ancestral court? Chaos is about to break out. The cultivators in the city were talking. When Gu Fei heard this, he couldn't help but be surprised. He didn't expect that the news of him attacking the Dongfang family would spread so quickly. I heard that it's a person called Gu Fei. Gu Fei? Is the rumor true? Is it really that the warrior of the supreme mystery sect has returned? It seems that the Dongfang family will be in big trouble. Gu Fei had been famous in the eastern region 100 years ago. The cultivators of the major sects in the eastern region had heard of Gu Fei's fame. In the eastern royal city, countless cultivators had gathered, and many people knew about Gu Fei's origin. The grudge between Gu Fei and the Dongfang family had spread throughout the eastern region. The Dongfang family had even offered a reward for Gu Fei's head. However, so many years had passed, and the Dongfang family couldn't find Gu Fei at all. In the past 100 years, Gu Fei had completely disappeared. Some people said that he had entered the heaven realm during the turmoil of the heavenly market. The appearance of Gu Fei shocked all the cultivators in the eastern region. The short and fat Taoist priest walked in the eastern royal city and listened to the various voices in the city. He knew that there was no city lord in the eastern royal city, and the Dongfang family didn't send any experts to guard the city. Even if there were no experts, the number one force in the eastern royal city was still the Dongfang family, because the other sects in the city had submitted to the Dongfang family. Gu Fei received an important piece of news. The Dongfang family would make a big move in the near future, but no one knew what the Dongfang family was going to do. Gu Fei was very curious. Was this so-called big move to deal with him? It seemed very likely. If the Juin ancient sage to be personally came, even he would have to temporarily avoid it.